views expressed on Talk Real Solutions, hosted by Tyrone Thompson at talkrealsolutions.com, are the views of Tyrone Thompson and do not reflect the views of talkrealsolutions.com, YouTube, or etc. The content here belongs to Talk Real Solutions and its many contributors. Views and opinions expressed by all contributors belong to them and not talkrealsolutions.com or Tyrone Thompson, the host, or etc. All data and information provided on the site is for informational purposes only. Talk Real Solutions makes no representations as to accuracy, completeness, correctness, suitability, or validity of any information on this site and will not be liable for any errors, omissions, or delays in this information or any losses, injuries, or damages arising from its display or use. All information is provided on an as-is basis.
All right, all right. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. This is Talk Real Solutions, and I am your host tonight, Tyrone Thompson. I want to thank you for tuning in. Today is August the 29th. What's up, East Coast? 2024. And I want to invite you. Well, I don't have a website no more, but you can listen to us on YouTube. And if you want to join the conversation, all you have to do is dial the number at 1717-908-1834. And then I think it's *61 and I'll get you on the line here. You can talk about whatever you want to. You can stick to the subject or invite a new conversation. I just asked again, I try to do this every week. It don't work. That we try to respect each other and have a regular conversation so we can hear each other. It seems like the regular callers, the normal callers, the non-MAGA folks, these people can have a conversation without getting all in their feelings and yelling and screaming. But if you let somebody that support MAGA call up in here, next thing you know, you having to scream and yell and all of this kind of stuff. And I get it. No, I don't get it. I honestly don't. I just said that shit to make it sound good. I don't understand what the hell wrong with these people. I don't understand their support for an idiot. I don't understand why they can't see the flaws in this individual. I don't understand the cult like mentality. I don't understand it. So I started to tell a damn lie and say I understand why they all in their emotions. I don't. It's just a normal conversation. We're all adults. And the topic most likely is politics. And we should be able to sit down and discuss things civilly whenever it comes to politics. But it seems like for some reason those people got issues. I know right now why they're mad. They're mad because their candidate is looking like a complete idiot out there on the campaign trail. It's being exposed by the Harris Walls campaign that this guy really is out of his league. A lot of people want to give him credit for shit that he's just not worth having credit for. Namely being the president of the United States. He don't deserve credit because the whole 4 years he was in there, he wasn't presidential at all. He barely ran the country. He oversaw the biggest death toll in American history. He ran his economy into the fucking ground. People were rioting in the streets. They were unrest in this country. And he was a shitty president. He was the worst president in American history. So to for these people to support him, you know, and this shows you that I am way more American than they will ever be. They got a right to support that idiot. I don't give a shit about them supporting that idiot. I don't care. This is America. You're not supposed to uh, demand that people follow the same ideas. You're not supposed to even get angry when people have different views of the world. So I don't care about them supporting Donald Trump. But at the same time, you can get held accountable for your damn decisions. And if your decisions is to walk around here being a dumbass, I'm going to call you a dumbass. That's just the way it is. They and you cannot expect nobody not to say anything. Especially when we're watching people like JD Vance get out here and make a fool of himself, and we're watching this racist ass Donald Trump run around here talking about the first, people don't want to call her black. I call her mixed race or whatever. She's black. She's a black woman. She's a black woman. She's a black and Indian woman. People get all up and they draw. Even the black community get all in their feelings when it comes to Kamala Harris's race, and that's confusing to me. And Donald Trump is playing on that by, messing with her name, saying that she's not qualified and all this kind of stuff. He even calls her unintelligent. All the little racist dog whistles. So my point is, getting back to these damn idiots, I don't see why these people support Donald Trump. I don't. Like I said, you can, but logically, it makes no sense for anybody who cares about this country to support Donald Trump. It just don't. He showed you his ass to kiss so many times as an American. He don't give a shit about MAGA. He don't give a shit about Americans. All he cares about is loyalty. And if you want to walk around here as an American and be loyal to one individual, then I don't even know if you can call yourself American, because America is about freedom. America is about having the opportunity to grow up in this country and make your mark in this world. Generation after generation have proven that started from the bottom with nothing and came through these systems in this country and actually made something of themselves. That's that's what America's about. But when you are supporting MAGA, you're basically saying everybody shouldn't have a fair shot in this country. Only conservative, evangelical Christians, the racist right, only people with white skins, mainly the white male, should be in charge, and they are the ones that should lead in this country. That's what you're supporting. You're supporting. You can look at Vivek Ramaswamy or whoever his name is, and Nikki Haley in the Republican Party. Even though they was conservative and they walked the walk and they talked the talk, whenever it came for those people to be in charge, because of the racist nature of the Republican Party, those people were never going to get above a level that they allow them to. You can look at your Tim Scotts and your Byron Donalds. These people are never going to be elevated to such a degree in the Republican Party where they're leading anything. You can say that these politicians are leading their constituents in their states, which is a leadership position, but that's not the highest rung on the ladder, right? And they will never see that because they're racist, right? They're racist. And it doesn't matter if you're black or white whenever it comes to supporting a racist, If you're black, it's obvious why you shouldn't support a racist. But if you're white, then that's saying more about you and what you support. So I mean, it's once you latch on to that racism stuff, I mean, you done tainted already, right? Just like on this side of the spectrum, black extremists, I kind of shy away from. I said, that ain't me. That I just don't. I don't do that. I think everybody should be treated fairly. I think everybody should have a fair shot, with the acknowledgement, that this country was built where one demographic uh, had a less of a head start than the other. That you can't go forward without having that conversation about how this country was founded and why we are in the condition that we're in right now. And see, there I go rambling. Let me read the title of the damn show before I go off on another. Trump is a racist. I'll get you in a minute, Antoinette. But the news that is going around right now that Trump has has did the obvious again is that he disrespected Arlington Cemetery, right? And let me see, because I got my own description of shit, but because I I I express myself in a certain way, I want to make sure that I describe it right. It says Arlington National Cemetery is the largest cemetery in the United States National Cemetery System, one of two maintained by the United States Army. Over 400,000 people are buried in its 639 acres in Arlington County, Virginia. Veterans are buried in Arlington Cemetery. It was established in 1864 during the American Civil War after the Arlington Estates. The land on which the cemetery was built was confiscated by the U.S. government from a private ownership of the Confederate State Army General Robert E. Lee, following a tax dispute over the property. The cemetery is managed by the United States Department of Army. As of 2024, it conducts approximately 27 to 30 funerals each weekday, between 6 and 8 services on Saturday. In April 2014, Arlington National Cemetery Historic District, including Arlington National Cemetery, Arlington House, Memorial Drive, and the Military Women's Memorial, and the Arlington Memorial Bridge, was listed on the National Registry for Historic Places. So that's some significance of what Arlington is. It's a military cemetery where you, as a veteran, you can request to be buried there, or your family, most likely during your service or how you got killed. I don't know how they pick and choose who can be buried at Arlington, but it is a very prestigious place in this country, and it is a well-respected place by everyone in this country, and always have been. No one has ever in the life of Arlington Cemetery caused any controversy at Arlington Cemetery. Arlington Cemetery is one of those sacred places that it is just known by U.S. citizens. There's no fucking around there. You have dead soldiers there that gave the ultimate sacrifice, and that is their resting place. You can say what you want to about whether you support the military or don't support the military. All of that's a matter of opinion on different people in the United States, and you got every right to have that opinion. But guess what? Those people laying out there in that cemetery died for you to have that opinion. So, whenever you talk about freedom in the United States of America, whenever you're talking about having the right to do and say what you want to say and live like you want to live, whether you straight, gay, or whatever, whether you want to own guns and just own a farm or whatever you want to do in America, whether you want to stay up all night or sleep all day, whatever you want to do in America, if you want to be honest about why you have the freedom to do that, and you want to give somebody credit for you living the way you do in this country, then you can look directly at Arlington Cemetery and say, I want to pay respect to that sacred ground where those soldiers literally died for me to do what I'm doing right now. And you cannot argue with what I'm saying right now. Everybody in this country owes some type of debt to those soldiers that gave the ultimate sacrifice. There's no other way to put that. But as soldiers, as military members, we don't walk around bragging about that fact about this country. This is the first time you ever heard me say it, because it's just a job that we do, and we know that we have to do it in order for us in this country to live the way we want to live in this country. So you don't hear nobody bragging about it. You don't hear nobody saying you need to pay homage. You need to be. You don't hear the military saying anything like that when it comes to Arlington Cemetery or People's Service or anything like that. You don't hear nobody saying that. It's just a known thing in this country that those soldiers who paid the ultimate sacrifice deserve some ounce of respect. So just a little bit of respect. You don't shit on Arlington Cemetery. You just don't. I gave you the dates of the 1800s when it started, and it got confiscated from General Lee, right? So that's how long this country has been honoring the tomb of the unknown soldier and these soldiers who paid the ultimate sacrifice at Arlington. They don't miss a stroke. That is the only place. I don't know if it's the only, but it's one of the only places in this country that has constantly got a guard there looking over that cemetery. The United States Army has taken up that mission, and they've been doing it since its inception. The tomb of the unknown soldier has been perpetually guarded since July the 2nd, 1937 by the U.S. Army. The 3rd U.S. Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard, began guarded the tomb of the unknown soldier on April 6, 1948. There is a meticulous routine that the guards follow when watching over the graves. The tomb guard marches in 21 steps southward down the black mat behind the tomb, turns left facing the east for 21 seconds, turns left facing the north for 21 seconds, takes 21 steps down the mat, repeats the routine until the soldier is relieved of duty at the changing of the guard. Now, I just read a little bit of how meticulous these soldiers are. There's so much more that goes on at Arlington. Um, I don't know everything, but I know as a soldier and a retiree that you don't fucking shit on those deceased veterans. And at Arlington, the tomb of the unknown soldier is that I think that it's like a memorial for deceased soldiers whose remains have not been identified, because that's how much of a sacrifice military members in the United States pay. Sometimes they die in war and you never find out who the hell they are. Not so much today, but if you can imagine in those big world wars, they found soldier remains and could not identify them. Probably in Vietnam too. So this country goes to the extent to say, okay, well, we got these soldier remains. As a matter of fact, I remember them uh, identifying soldiers and notifying families later once they did find the remains. And I think when DNA was came into light, there was a lot of people that was named. Um, my point with saying all of this right here is you don't disrespect Arlington Cemetery. Nobody does. Nobody. But guess who did? That's why I'm saying all of this. Guess who did? And what's got me, Trump usually do stuff, and he do so much shit that I usually overlook it. And I would have overlooked this too if the army didn't say anything. The army don't say shit about nobody, but the army had to come out and talk to Donald Trump, send him a memo or send the public a memo and let them know what Donald Trump did at Arlington Cemetery. That is unheard of. The army is not political. People can say whatever they want to about the military, but I can tell you, being in the military, yes, you got people on the left and the right and down the center and all kinds of people in the military, but you're not going to display that shit while you're wearing that uniform. You just ain't. That is not a thing in the military. I'm not saying people aren't racist in the military, and I'm not saying people aren't pro-black in the military. But while you're on duty, when you're on missions, that shit don't even come into the you don't even think about that shit. There is no time to think about racism whenever you're doing your damn job. Now, is there biases in the military? Of course there is, but I can't explain the environment because it's supposed to represent like a slice of America, but in ways, because you nib that shit in the bud as soon as it happened, you don't experience the same type of bullshit that you do on the streets in America. You just don't. I can't explain it. Uh, while you're in there, it's just a different way of living as a soldier when it comes to racism and all that kind of bullshit. But Donald Trump, well, let me do this right here. Let's go a little bit of history about this piece of shit, Donald Trump, and his military service. All right, this is from Business Insider. This is well-known information about Donald Trump and his military service. This is Donald Trump. And this is an article dated 2018. Donald Trump avoided military service draft 5 times. He avoided the fucking draft 5 times. And they say it wasn't uncommon for young men of influential families to do so during the Vietnam War. President Donald Trump received military draft deferments 5 times, once for bad feet and 4 times for college. thanks in part to the deferment, he did not serve in the Vietnam War. The president received his criticism for dodging the draft, including from members of Congress, Democrat Senator Tammy Duckworth, a Purple Heart recipient, who once called him a cadet bone cadet bone spores. All right. It says, like Trump, many other young men from wealthy families found ways to avoid the draft. Okay, so that's the thing in this country. I guess if you got money and influence and your country calls you to serve, if you shake enough hands and pay enough money and all this kind of stuff, you can figure out a way to get out of the draft. I think it's bullshit. I think that those people who dodged the draft should be somehow penalized for not doing their part to follow the laws and serve the country, right? So that's what you're looking at when you're looking at him dodging the draft. It says a young Donald Trump was in seemingly good health when he graduated from University of Phoenix in 1968, as the United States was marred in one of the bloodiest years of the Vietnam War. The 22-year-old was 6 feet tall, 2 inches, and an athlete. Had already avoided the military draft 4 times in order to compete in to complete his college education. But that spring, as he was to graduate, he received a diagnosis that landed him his 5th draft deferment. That would once again keep him out of the Vietnam War, which was bone spurs. President Trump set out the war and instead went on to join his father's business. The New York Times reported that President Trump, as a young man, said that his healed spurs, which were protrusions caused by calcium buildup on his heel bone, made him unfit for service. Heel spurs can be cured by stretching, orthotics, or surgery. The president said that he never got surgery for his condition. Over a period of time, it healed up, he said, according to the Times. The diagnosis came 2 years after Donald Trump had been declared available for service and passed the physical exam. So he was qualified to serve the country. He passed the physical and he was of age. But because he's a chicken shit piece of shit, him and his family got with a doctor and they came up with a healable condition, bone spurs, which said that, you can't join the army if you got bone spurs. This is a piece of shit individual. Donald Trump is anti-military. He doesn't support the military. And he's a draft dodger, a 5-time draft dodger. He dodged the draft 5 times. So why are we going over this old shit? Like I said, over the weekend, I think it was, Donald Trump went to Arlington Cemetery. And this is Yahoo News. And like I said, I wasn't going to say anything. Him and his people went to Arlington Cemetery. They did what they did. And I won't go say shit, but whenever I heard the Army responded, my ears went up like, what did the Army respond? The Army had to respond to this? The Army don't respond to shit. They just don't, because they're not political. The U.S. Army criticizes Trump's staff over push at the cemetery. Him and his people went up to Arlington Cemetery attacking the fucking staff at Arlington Cemetery. What more disrespect can you get than that? This son of a bitch don't give a damn about the military. He don't care about soldiers. He just don't. The U.S. Army on Thursday took aim at Donald Trump's staff over a visit by the Republican presidential candidate to the country's most hallowed resting place for its war dead. The incident has mushroomed into an uncharacteristically public dispute between the military and former U.S. Commander in Chief, with Donald Trump lashing out and accusing President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris of having killed American soldiers through gross incompetence in Afghanistan. Let's just stop right there. Because this is the problem with the Democrat. That whole fucking Afghanistan pullout was Donald Trump's goddamn issue. He is the one that invited terrorists to Camp Davis and signed this fucking goddamn agreement and allowed fucking terrorists to go free back into Afghanistan to kill American goddamn soldiers. But the media reports it this way and not even putting any accountability on Donald Trump for his part in goddamn making a deal with the goddamn Afghanistan. But anyway, Trump went to Arlington National Cemetery just outside of Washington, D.C. with family members of some of the 13 members killed in 2021 bombing during the last hours of the United States withdrawal from Afghanistan. His campaign posted photos of the visit, included showing him giving a thumbs up gesture while standing with relatives at the graves of the U.S. Marines killed. The Army said that Arlington employee was abruptly pushed aside when she sought to ensure a law prohibiting policy activity on the cemetery grounds was followed. This incident was unfortunate, and it is also unfortunate that Arlington Cemetery, the employees, her professionalism has been unfairly attacked. An Army spokesman said. Going on the offensive, Trump's campaign co-manager Chris LaCivita has described the employees as a despicable individual, while the campaign spokesman Stephen Chung said it's clearly suffering from a mental episode. So you have one of Trump's campaign members, because they didn't get to do what they wanted to do, or somebody was trying to stop them from breaking the law, because they broke the law at Arlington Cemetery. From breaking the law, they called her a despicable individual, and they said that she has a mental health problem. Doubling down, Levito latest reported videos of Trump and his presence at Arlington Cemetery said, "We hope it would trigger the hacks at the U.S. Army Secretary's office." So now he did what he did, and now his people are saying, "Fuck you." I hope the Army does say something. Trump has made criticism of Biden for handling the retreat in Afghanistan a keynote of his campaign ahead of the November elections. Like I said, the Democrats need to jump all over that, because the history is what it is. Donald Trump fucked up Afghanistan. The U.S. withdrawal was made in part by a peace deal signed by Donald Trump administration with the Taliban. That's exactly what I just said. That's exactly why the fuck the Democrats can't flip this shit around. At Thursday's rally in Michigan, Trump defended his graveside visit and savaged Biden and Harris as 2024 White House rivals over Afghanistan. "They asked me to go yesterday to Arlington. I did," Trump said of the families, adding, "Bad people accuse him of inappropriate political behavior. Joe Biden killed their children by incompetence. Kamala Harris killed their children just as though they had a gun in their hand by gross incompetence," Trump told supporters. "No, not one general or incompetent bureaucrat was fired over the deadly pullout," he added. "And they accused me of having a picture taken at a tombstone with the families." The uproar over the incident at Arlington Cemetery on Monday is the latest controversy in Trump's troubled relationship with the military. While often touting his support for the armed forces, he privately mocked the war dead while he was president and did not want to be seen near military amputees, according to his former chief of staff. Now, Trump is the most disgraceful fucking president when it comes to representing the military that has ever held that office. I don't think that it's in here, but on his visit to Normandy on a D-Day anniversary, Trump didn't even want to go to the grave sites of those people that died in Europe. I think that he didn't go. I think his excuse was because it was raining, he didn't go visit. And nobody made a big fucking deal out of that. That's something that the United States have always done. There were so many people who died on D-Day, fighting for America, trying to free Europe. I thought that the Army's letter would be in this post here, but it wasn't. But anyway, the Army had to put out a damn letter. I'll see if I can Google it and find it. The Army had to pull out a letter and actually stating the law and what you can and cannot do at Arlington Cemetery. One of the things you cannot do is hold political events at that cemetery. Another thing you cannot do is take pictures at Arlington Cemetery. Everybody understand that. It's a violation of the fucking law if you damn do it. It just is. You cannot do it. But because Donald Trump is Donald Trump, and some of the soldiers that passed away was retarded ass fucking MAGA parents. I ain't talking about the soldier that passed away. I'm talking about those stupid ass fucking supporters of Trump. They want to have their way at Arlington Cemetery and told Donald Trump they wanted to literally stand on the grave of dead soldiers at Arlington, pile around fucking the damn tombstone, and take a picture with his thumbs up at Arlington Cemetery, at Donald Trump and his crew literally stand on the grave of dead soldiers that paid the ultimate sacrifice. You can see in this photo here, the staff in the back, where my mouse is moving around at, got their cell phones out. That's Donald Trump's crew taking pictures at Arlington Cemetery. You can see that. And I'll find the picture of Donald Trump standing on the fucking grave with his thumbs up. If I can. They probably ain't got it on the internet. See, these media outlets, so they want to do the right thing. They don't want to post a picture and all that kind of shit. But it's all over goddamn social media, where he's standing on these damn graves with his damn thumbs up. Let me see what this video is. I hope it don't play a commercial. It's probably gonna play a commercial, ain't it? I knew.
You know how it all...
You piece of shit. But anyway, if I run across the pictures, I'll show you the pictures of Donald Trump disrespecting the graves of the soldiers at Arlington Cemetery. And I'm saying all this to say, this guy has never, ever been for the military. He's never been for the military. Oh, maybe this should show it. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so I guess he getting ready to take that picture now.
And then they took over.
See right there where he's standing on the graves of these soldiers and taking
That
pictures.
disaster.
All in the damn cemetery.
The leaving of Afghanistan.
Thumbs up. You're not supposed. That's disrespect. This guy is a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit. There is no other way to see it. And this is my question in the title: is why do MAGA veterans support him? Well, the MAGA veterans support him because the MAGA veterans are fucking racist. That's just what it is. The MAGA veterans are racist. They've always been racist, but like I said, while they was in the army, these MAGA veterans had leaders like me and others that they couldn't display their racism with people over charge of them. You know they racist. I had all kinds of soldiers that was fucking racist, but you put them in their damn place, and that was that. You know, you can't change their mind, but they can't do that shit on duty, and they can't do it on a mission, and they can't fucking they just can't do it on a military installation whatsoever. But whenever they got out of the military, of course they can display their goddamn racism because they not in the military no more. So this is who you got supporting Donald Trump. These racist ass piece of shits that used to be in the military, that was a racist in the military, that couldn't display their racism, but now they're showing that they're racist because they're supporting Donald Trump. If you're a fucking veteran and you support Donald goddamn Trump, there is something wrong with you, and you should be embarrassed that you ever wore that goddamn uniform. You should be embarrassed to call yourself a veteran. You don't stand for what the fuck America stand for. You're a piece of shit, just like this orange piece of shit that disrespected the goddamn Arlington Cemetery way he did. Now I'm gonna shut up. There was two people online. I got Antoinette, and then there was another unknown caller. Who's this unknown caller?
Probably me.
Hey, what's up, cuz?
What's up, man? Hey, baby.
You there, Antoinette?
Antoinette?
I got a line open, but she probably doing something. What's going on, man?
Oh, I was listening to what you were saying about the draft. He dodged the draft. Didn't get penalized. They didn't come after him or nothing. Here's a man that did Muhammad Ali, and he did what, 5 years? He did some time for doing what he believed in, and he did time for that.
Yep.
He paid a fine.
That's a good point.
And
can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. How you doing?
Yeah.
Okay, hi.
He did time for that and paid a big fine. I don't know how much time he did, but I know he did some time.
He did.
But I don't know what past president had, I call it desecrating the tombs of the unknown soldiers at Arlington Cemetery. I don't know one president that ever did what he did to that cemetery. Not one.
It don't happen. It has never happened. There's no controversy at Arlington. So. There's no controversy at Arlington until now.
That's terrible. It's terrible.
It is, and I don't see how he could be on the campaign trail wanting to be the commander in chief in charge of the military and him doing shit like this right here. And there's a history. There's a history of him disrespecting soldiers in the military. We seen all of that. We heard his general say what the hell he said. We heard him call soldiers suckers and losers. We seen him disrespect the Medal of Honor, disrespect John McCain. As a matter of fact, I got that audio of him talking about John McCain right here. So I'm gonna play that right quick, and then let y'all hear what he said about John McCain. Here it is.
John McCain goes, oh boy, Trump makes my life difficult. He had 15,000 crazies show up. Crazies. He called them all crazy. I said, they weren't crazy. They were great Americans. These people, if you would have seen these people, I know what crazy is. I know all about crazies. These weren't crazy. So he insulted me, and he insulted everybody in that room. And I said, somebody should run against John McCain, who has been, in my opinion, not so hot. And I supported him. I supported him for president. I raised $1 million for him. It's a lot of money. I supported him. He lost. He let us down. But, he lost. So I never liked him as much after that, because I don't like losers. But Frank, let me get to it. He hit me. He's not a war hero. He's a war hero. He's a war hero. 5.5 years. He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured, okay? I hate to tell you. Do you agree with that? He's a war hero because he was captured, okay? You can have, and I believe perhaps he's a war hero, but right now he said some very bad things about a lot of people.
Yeah, so that's the audio that he said about John McCain, which was very disrespectful about that.
Very disrespectful. He
that
took a
man,
lot of flack for that too.
yep,
To the day.
yep, that man got
Yeah.
shot down, and he came back with injuries
Oh,
and all of that kind of
yeah.
stuff. Yep,
He was captured too, you know.
yeah, he was
Yeah, he was what was it, POW for a little while.
Yep.
But I tell you what, John McCain's wife and a lot of Republicans undercover held him accountable to the day about that. They do not bother with him. They do not want no bother with Donald Trump. I mean, but we won't know because they don't publicize it. But they shunned him sure as the day is long.
Well,
That
look, the Bushes don't even deal with him.
Oh no, they got up. They when they were at something, they were maybe it was a funeral or something. They were sitting down, and their seat was next to Donald Trump. Well, you know, they moved, and they moved their sitting to away from him.
Well, John
Yeah,
McCain didn't want him at his funeral.
At his funeral, that's right. That was one of his wishes. He did not want Donald Trump at his funeral. That's right.
Yeah, it's just supposed to be automatic. Whenever you're the commander in chief, you're taking a military position as the leader of the military. You're supposed to be the one that's in charge, and people are supposed to look up to you. You're not supposed to disrespect the troops.
Right.
That's right. Because they're doing, they're out there fighting for this country, and you are the fucking commander in chief. You're not supposed to disrespect the troops.
No, you're not supposed to take pictures or have any video camera or anything else there.
No, and what happened was one of Trump's staff, the lady, the person, the employee at Arlington Cemetery was trying to say, okay, we're not supposed to do that in here. You're not supposed to have cameras or photos and all of that kind of stuff. They were trying to stop him, but they pushed him out the way, and they got in a physical altercation they got in a fight at Arlington Cemetery. Trump did, and then they had to file a police report. And the lady is so scared of Trump that she says she don't want to press any damn charges. But they did a police report on the whole incident. Who's the unknown caller line I just opened?
Maze.
What's up, Maze?
Hi, Maze.
Hello.
Hey, Maze.
Hello. I'm just sitting back relaxing.
Well, before you go, can I say this really quick?
Go ahead, Antoinette.
We all have to stick together because in Texas they took 2,000 people off of the voting, you know, where they're not able to vote. So people have to go back and re-register to vote. And then also, you know, Trump has using the Dred Scott rule to say that Kamala can't run for president and calling her an immigrant, saying that she's ineligible. So we all have to stick together and make sure that we get out there and vote. And I was one that didn't vote, but I'm going out and voting this year because Trump getting back in, no matter which way it goes, I think it's going to be trouble with him. If he wins to 2025, and if he don't win, he already is stirring people up.
Well, see, he's trying to fear people, you know, with that part. I understand what you're saying, Antoinette. But he's a fear monger. He deals, he operates on fear. And it works sometimes to a degree, but I don't know. And like everybody's hip to his shenanigan and his game, but like you said, we all got to vote. We all got to stick together, no matter what.
Okay. I give my opinion now?
Go ahead, man.
Yes,
Go ahead,
ma'am.
man.
As I always say, Trump is trying to run his campaign, and he's trying to run Kamala's campaign. And if you watch and see the things that he's doing, you don't see his VP, You don't see none of those people that was with him when he went into the White House. And he won't be in control this time if he loses like he was the last time. That's going to be the difference. If he was in control, it'll be a difference. But he might be going to jail around along with those other people if he tried the same thing he did the first time.
I believe it.
You said he might be doing what now?
I said he was not in control.
Oh.
He will not be in control if he loses. Biden has the reign until he has to give it up to the winner. Trump don't have the reign.
Oh yeah, and Jack Smith re-indicted Donald Trump on those charges again, even though they said that he was immune. So yeah, he's gonna be in trouble if he loses.
But the funny thing, when I look at JD down on that border, I'm saying he down on the border, just down there. I'm saying like, okay, isn't he a congressman? As if you know the three branches of law of the government, he was a part of the reason. Not Kamala. He's the reason that he didn't make the vote. Did he vote for the border thing, or did he vote against it?
Right.
And all the things that he walk around standing, all you see him is standing at the fire department, he's standing at the police department. That is nothing to be running on because people are not watching that. That was what they had planned on running on. And so as I said, how many months ago, that it was something going to be happening. I didn't know it was going to be this early for everybody to sit back and look and listen. But you got to pay attention because you got to make sure you're still on the voter rolls because those Republican governors trying to do everything they can to mess up stuff. And they can be prosecuted too. I think that's where the real deal going to come down, when they're going to get prosecuted for trying to help Trump, if they pretend they trying to help Trump.
Well,
that's the way I'm going to sit back and watch, and I'm going to sit back and listen. For those what you call them, those Trumpsters, he don't have a crowd. I mean, he's busy looking for a crowd, but he don't have one. And that's not the only thing he did to the military people, because that military housing, he didn't even give them their money. He took them and spent it on something else. I guess he think people forget the things that he do. He said they set him up for being He said they set him up for being money. Yeah. See, it's free publicity. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I was just going to say he's trying to get money for his legal fees.
But see, Trump is the one that's Trump is giving out the money. So when everybody else running, they can't get nothing. That's why he go to the places where the crowd's at for other people running, like the governors and different things. That's Republicans. That's why he end up running to the different places so he can be around a crowd. But he's not giving out any money. So,
no, well, I had heard that he has Trump cereal for $25 a box.
Well, that's what he was advertising when he was talking about the cereal.
Yeah, they said that cereal is $25.
So I'm sick of them running the Kamala's campaign and trying to run their campaign, because you remember when they couldn't even get a Speaker of the House. How long did it take them?
Yeah, how about it?
So they don't wait too late to try to put a president in office, because they confused and don't know what they're doing. And all these people that are getting mad about what's going on, they're going to stay mad for a long time, or they're going to be happy and do like everybody else do and deal with it. Because after a while, they're going to be running from it. After they found out what he said about them poor people that's following him, they're going to be looking at him side-eyed too. So, but JD needs to go sit down somewhere, because he's running out too. He's getting desperate to where he's calling, cussing, and saying stuff, telling people to go to hell. Oh, did y'all hear when he told Kamala to go to hell?
Huh? Pardon me?
He said she could go to hell. She should be down at the cemetery too. And what was he at the cemetery for a photo shot, or why was he there in the first place?
Probably for a photo shot. Now he's pretending to be proud of the soldiers, where before they were losers.
Well, his security should have told him that was not right. That was against the law. And those families were down there being dummies with him. They feel foolish too today. They should.
Yeah.
He wants to be talked about, and he wants to find a solution. But I wish they'll leave telling Kamala who she needs to talk to. She needs to talk to the media and what she needs to do. No, they need to get themselves together and come up with a reason and explain 2025 to the people. Because that's what most people are looking at anyway. They don't care nothing about all that other mess. And those that are upset and walk around saying they hate the Democrats, but they don't never talk about the Republicans. And Nancy, she in the same boat.
Wow.
And then people looking at her side at it because of what she did. But with that, I've given my opinion, and on my way out. Talk to you all later. Have a good.
All right, all right. Yeah, I mean, it was disgraceful what Donald Trump and his campaign did at Arlington Cemetery. And this is a letter from this is a report from NPR that says the Army says Arlington National Cemetery worker was pushed aside by Donald Trump aides. The U.S. Army said the employer at Arlington National Cemetery who tried to ensure adherence to the rules that prohibited political activities at the cemetery was abruptly pushed aside. But that employee decided not to press charges against the Trump campaign staffer who allegedly pushed her. The statement on Thursday comes in response to NPR's reporting on former President Donald Trump visits to Arlington and the altercation his staff had with the cemetery employee. Participants in Arlington in the Arlington August 26th ceremony and the subsequent Section 60, that's the important section that they keep talking about, Section 60, visits were made aware of the federal laws. That's why I said they broke laws, Army regulation, and DOD policies, which clearly prohibit political activities on the cemetery ground, the statement said. And the Arlington National Cemetery employee who attempted to ensure adherence to these rules was abruptly pushed aside, consistent with the decorum expected at the Arlington National Cemetery. This employee acted with professionalism and avoided further disruption. The incident was reported to the JBMHH Police Department, but the employee subsequently decided not to press charges. Therefore, the Army considered this matter closed. So that's what I was saying earlier. These guys went up to that cemetery, and because Donald Trump is a goddamn cult leader and a piece of shit and a racist and don't give a shit about this goddamn country, he decided that he wanted to have his way and push his way through Arlington National Cemetery just for a fucking goddamn picture. Just for a picture for TikTok. That motherfucker don't deserve to be nowhere near the Oval Office. He don't deserve to be president. He don't deserve, and you know, Donald Trump do a lot of shit. And there's nothing that I usually say because I know this country is goddamn racist. But, you know, I guess y'all can say the military is close and near and dear to my heart. But you don't do that. You just don't do that. Even though he disrespected soldiers before, you know, that was at political events and him standing on stages and him giving statements and all that kind of stuff. You know, I don't like that, and soldiers, it should open soldiers' eyes that whenever they heard that reporting then. But this is something totally different. This is something that where you see that this motherfucker do not care. He do not care about this goddamn country. He don't care about the soldiers that fought and died for this damn country. He don't give a shit about no one but himself and his reputation, because that's all that was about. And to have your goddamn campaign attack the fucking employees at the Arlington Cemetery is shameful. People should he should be disqualified from running for president for this bullshit. But
should be.
Yeah. I'm afraid the damn military.
Tyrone,
Go ahead. Go ahead, Internet. Uh-oh, did your line go out?
Next.
I don't know. Donald Trump must have came and got Antoinette.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't know what happened. But I'm afraid that the media is reporting on this now, but I'm afraid they're not going to give it the attention that it needs. This really needs to be a disqualification for him to even hold that damn office as president, the way him and his campaign showed their ass up there at Arlington National Cemetery. There is no way that he should still be allowed to be in the damn race after doing this bullshit. And like I said, I know he got a history of disrespecting the military. He said that John McCain being a POW, he don't like losers and people to get caught. He said a whole lot of stuff, but this he actually physically went to a sacred, if you will, place, historical memorial for soldiers in this damn country, dead soldiers, literally stood on the fucking graves of dead fucking soldiers and smiled and grinned with a thumbs up and took pictures with that soldier's racist ass family. Now I don't know nothing about the soldier. They ain't said nothing about the soldier, but he took pictures with that soldier's family on the graves of other dead soldiers at the area in Arlington, which is Area 60. I think that's what they said. That's not supposed to be for that. And they said in this article that if photos are going to get taken in that area, it's going to be about a photographer at Arlington Cemetery, and that is not what happened. Miss Elise, I got your line open. What's up, sis?
Hi, Tyrone. Hi, everybody. Yeah, I see you talking about that. One of the things that really bothered me was that some of the family who were doing the reflighting, they had came out and said that they wanted them there. I guess they invited them, and that's what J.D. Vance said, and how they disrespected the family's wishes when they know it does not work like that.
It don't.
The laws and the rules are set a certain way. Just because those few people want this, they have to take the entirety of everybody who is buried there, their family. So it's just because they wanted it, and see that's just what J.D. Vance said that is your MAGA party. It's not Republican Party. That is your MAGA party that we have now. It doesn't matter what other people want. It's what we want and when we want it now. No one else's wishes or thoughts come into play. Nothing. It's what we want. It's how we feel. It's our views. And it's our everything that we're going to enforce over everyone. And that is the MAGA party. That is them. That's what they do. They don't care. And the entire thing was extremely disgraceful. And Tyrone, when you were speaking about how the Republican Army, they came out and they had to speak on this, and you're absolutely right. They don't do things like that. None of the branches do. They don't do that. Have to come out, because this is a whole political thing, and they don't get involved in that. And that's why this was so, like people were saying, so rare of a thing that has happened. But when you go back to, like you were saying, that the fact that he is a felon, a convicted felon, then you have some people saying that, well, he wasn't sentenced yet. He's a convicted felon awaiting sentencing. That's
right.
What he is. And that the fact that he is still able to run for president, and the fact that his disrespect as the once commander-in-chief over your people, he should be disqualified for being able to run for president. Now, I'll say this, those who wrote up the rules, wrote up the Constitution, wrote up the this and that, way back when, get in the Wayback Machine and go there, they probably never conceived that they would, you see what I'm saying, that they would have to put every little piece of thing in that would be a qualify or disqualification of who could run for president. Because they never thought that in 2024, that a convicted felon who has disrespected those that he is the commander-in-chief, a fraud, a thief, and all of the other things that he is, they probably never conceived that type of person would win a nomination for a party. Never thought that would ever happen. But here we are. Here we are in the day of the MAGA party. So that bothered me. A whole thing that went on in Arlington Cemetery for a lot of different reasons. I was married to servicemen for a certain amount of years. I have a relative who's buried at Arlington Cemetery. My grandfather, lots of other relatives were in the military. Some were left behind in World War II. Some never made it back from Vietnam, and then one never made it back alive from Afghanistan. So this type of stuff, I know people feel a certain type of way as it relates to America and war and the military.
Right.
You can have your own. You can have your thoughts on that. I have thoughts as it relates to that as well. But the fact of it is, those people, whether they were drafted or for those who volunteered, they still did that. And those who never made it back, and those who are still fighting in the armed forces. I'm not fighting, but who are in the armed forces and who still volunteer for the armed forces. Someone has to do it. And if you're not doing it, that's what bothers me. If you're not going to do that, for you to run that down, you can have your own thoughts about it. But to run them down, I've always thought that is such a slap in the face where you can do that from the comfort of your own home on social media. You can do that from the comfort of your own home, running your mouth and running down. Are you going to do it? Somebody got to do it, because you never want a situation. I'm not talking about our government is always poking its nose all over the planet, stirring up trouble, causing up trouble. But sometimes something may happen one day where you're going to need protection and you're going to want them. Or that's how I look at it. So that was just extremely disgraceful. But that's Trump, that's MAGA. That's what they do. And I'm just amazed that there are anybody currently in the military or anyone who is ex-military that would support this man.
They called for Joe Biden to get out of the race because he talked slow and he was old. But he still had all of his scruples and stuff like that. He could still run the country. But they made sure that they called for him and told us that he was disqualified and all this kind of bullshit. When you look at stuff like this right here, this is a disqualification. Donald Trump and the way that because he's going to be the commander in chief, how is he going to treat the soldiers doing shit like this right here? They should be calling for him to get out of the race right now, in my opinion.
They should be. Because you know he doesn't care. And back when he was the president, he was itching to go to war with Iran. He was itching to do different things that he wanted to do. And people was like, these are not toy soldiers. These are human beings. And I could see that so much online where people who were in the military were fussing about that. This man, he's itching to flex. These are human beings. They're not toy soldiers. This is not a toy for you to play with. And it's like he just doesn't, and his sycophants and his fans, they don't seem to get it. I would be curious to get Sarge's input, how he feels about this.
Well, Sarge probably going to kiss his ass like he always do.
His sycophants and his fans, the hoops they have to jump through to make sense of this man, the hoops that they have to jump through, the lies that they have to tell, the things that they have to dismiss.
Yeah, I mean, it was illegal. They broke the law up there. They actually did a police report, and they said they didn't want to file charges. The reason that girl said that she didn't want to file charges is because she was in fear of retaliation from the Trump campaign, and you shouldn't have to be that way in this country. I mean,
I agree, and she probably, but Tyrone also, she's probably in the military.
Yeah,
and they probably, if you file charges, if it was a civilian, but she's probably in the military. Let's not try to tamp this down. But then Trump then came out attacking, it's not Trump, but his people came out attacking her, saying that she was crazy, and that she was all these types of things. They had no choice when you leave people with no choice. They had no choice but to come out and to have to say something. I was shocked myself when they said that the Army put out a statement. I would be honest.
Yeah, that was. That don't happen. That don't never happen. None of the branches of service.
No.
They don't get involved in politics.
I was shocked.
Yep.
When I saw that, I said, "Ooh, this is actually bigger than what a lot of people think. And like you were saying, as the military people, yes, they all have their own minds, their own political leanings, their own biases. Human beings. But one thing that I did learn of being around that, when it comes to anything political, they don't do that. That's it when they're in a uniform and they're on duty. None of that. You can do all that stuff around the kitchen table, or at the barbecue, at your house. But that is something that is not done. And I had to get used to that. That was explained to me that if we go to functions and things like that, do not allow yourself, do not anything. This is when I was becoming accustomed to it. To bring up anything political at these functions and things like that, do not do that. That is not done. We can do all of that, this and that, around the kitchen table, at home, but that is something that is not done.
No, I mean, that's one of the first things that they teach you in basic training. Is that, they ask you, well, I guess the drill sergeants are that's part of their training. They'll ask you, what color is that soldier? And if you say white, they'll say, no, that soldier's green, just like you. And they just drill that into your head. Who's this unknown caller?
And that's what it is.
Big Will.
What's up, Big Will?
I can't call it. Hey, but I need a quick recap. You said he stood on the dead soldier's grave?
Yeah, and took pictures. Yeah.
That's damn, dude. That's like spitting on a motherfucking grave right there, partner. All right, that's mistake number one. Number two, that's mistake number two. The major mistake is this dude makes dumb, spare the moment decisions, bro. He thought it would be a good idea to come up to the cemetery for a photo op to show his patriotism, false sense of patriotism. That's what he was doing. I can pretty assure you that shit. Just like when he stormed that damn church across the street from the White House.
Yeah.
And somebody got pepper sprayed or hit in the eye with a plastic bullet or some rubber bullet or whatever. He makes spare the moment decisions that are dumb as crap. And I don't think that soldier, if it was a soldier, could sue. But no, she could sue because he's not a government entity. You know what I'm saying? You can't sue the Army. You can't sue the Navy. You can't sue the Registered Service. But there was a political staff or something. He could.
Yeah, they could have filed charges. They could have filed charges. That lady just chose not to.
Here's the thing, though, Tyrone. Statute of limitations, you can always go back and sue after she gets out or whatever the case may be.
Well, yeah, because that's what Elise was saying. If she's in the military, right, and let's say Donald Trump do win, then, that's going to put her whole career in jeopardy, So,
yeah,
that's crazy.
But here's the thing. If she's in the military, because she was pushed by this, she can claim emotional distress. She can't perform her duties anymore. She better. She's smart. And you know this, Tyrone. She better start seeking counseling. You feel me?
Yeah.
So she can get that disability later on after she decides to get out or retire or whatever the case may be.
You absolutely right.
Hey, look,
she better start going to the doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if she was a private citizen, if that was me, yes, I would press charges. But I get why if she's military, I get, let's just, you know how that works.
Mm-hmm.
I get if she's military, but if that were me, a private citizen, yes, I would press charges. And if they try to say, well, like the cemetery, you working here, screw this job. I'm pressing charges, I can get another job. But
then that's when
I just think that she did because she's probably military. That would be my guess.
Well, they get that hazing clause in effect, right? Ain't hazed, but because of whatever. Let's say she decides to sue, she wins, she stays in the military, right? Some MAGA officer in charge or staff NCOIC still haze her to a degree, you feel me? Make her pick up extra duties, basically treat her like trash. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they would retaliate against her. Hell, they doing it now, and she didn't press charges,
Right, and that's just the military.
That's
now, let's go back.
It's a whole lot.
So now she go back to her hometown, Kansas City, whatever small town, who's probably MAGA infested like crazy. They're going to terrorize that woman. You feel me? Right here in the city that I live in now, right? I've been here for some years. A nigga, a coon, was big time MAGA Trump supporter dude, right? Had flags and everything. This nigga literally got kicked out of the rally because Trump said he was a Democratic dude. Nah, this fool's hardcore Trump. You feel me? This nigga still got Trump signs in his front yard, and somebody's, I don't know who, and if I did know, I would mention it still, but somebody went to his yard and terrorized them flags, those the stuff or whatever.
Yeah.
So this shit is real, bruh.
Yeah, it is, man. I mean, Trump done caused this country to act in a way that I don't know. This is all new to me. You know, I thought just by looking at history and seeing how they acted back in the day that, you know, maybe, but this is different. This is completely different. These people are evil. And if he get in charge, it's gonna be worse. And I'm telling you, for people of color, black people in this country, it's gonna be hell in the United States of America if those people win. It just is.
Yeah. It's gonna be bad for everybody if you're not rich, but it's gonna be extra bad for us. It's gonna be extra bad for the brown and the black, and probably the Asian too. But it's gonna be real bad for us. Just expect it. Just count on it. It's going to be, and you're going to have these white folks going to be thinking they can do, but they acting that way now because he gave them permission. When they used to hide it, or they used to act like they had some civility, but he's giving them permission not to.
Yeah.
So I can't even imagine what America would look like if he win that election.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy, and especially with the police. And I mean, I watch a lot of these Karen videos, and a lot of them end up being racist for no damn reason, and the police end up being racist. It's everybody just like you said, they used to hide it, but now there's just more out front with this crap.
They just don't care. They're gonna do anything that they want. You're gonna be thinking about calling them, getting them fired, and stuff about their job. That's now. That will be over with if he wins this election. That's why I keep saying a black MAGA is the most nonsensical thing that there is. When you all see what's up under that tent, and you still trying to be a part of it, it makes no sense. Even the Tim, what's the dude that's up on the screen on Tim from South Carolina?
Tim Scott.
Tim Scott and people like them. It gonna be bad for them too. They just too stupid, or they thinking that it won't be. It's just a problem. It's gonna be bad for Sarge too.
Well, you know, it is gonna be bad for them, but they don't mind getting crapped on. They'll take it. I mean, they do it anyway. I mean, they screw people over that aren't like them right to their faces, and they don't say anything. They don't turn against them. They don't care. Look at Candace Owen. Candace Owen was the biggest coon on the internet. And then, you know, them people turned on her, and she's still the same way. They don't care.
They don't care. But we don't want this to be, but it would be slightly worth it for the "I told you so" that they would get if that were to happen. But that's a "I told you so" I don't want to have to say or have to put out there. So, because I know a few black MAGAs. I have one in my family, and he is just nonsensical because he doesn't really understand how government works or how these things actually work. Well, actually, there's like just two of them, or three, but one of them is for Kamala Harris. She's for Kamala Harris right now, only because Kamala Harris is a woman, and she wants to see a woman president. So she done gave up the MAGA. But the other two, it's just like, I just don't get y'all. Y'all not rich people. You. It's just you all aren't rich people, and this stuff you're spouting is not true, and you're not even bothering to check, double check,
Right.
research. Oh, yeah. Then also, Tyrone, when you was bringing up, I don't know why the Democrats do not holler it from the mountaintop. That whole pullout from Afghanistan.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
it's
you
right
said,
there in the
that was
documents.
Trump's deal.
Yeah, that was
That
Trump
was
did
Trump's
that.
deal.
Yeah, yep.
He put all of that together. He put the date, the time, the pull out, the how, the when. And the only thing Joe Biden did, because we really did need to get out of Afghanistan. Trump was the president of the United States. He made the deal. So what did Biden do? He just let it play out.
Well, because it was a time thing, right? Trump was the presidency was getting ready to be handed over to a new president, and Trump made the deal at the end of his presidency, so he didn't have enough time to see it through. So, but he signed the paperwork. He set the fucking Taliban free. I think he set like it was either 30 or 300 Taliban free. I don't remember.
It was a bunch of.
Yeah, and then they went back over there and they started killing Americans. And then when the agreement was signed at Camp Davis with them damn terrorists, it was already in the works. So Joe Biden had to take over and follow up on what the last president had done, and that's what it was. It was a pullout.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. The country, Donald Trump made a deal. In a sense, he represented the country. He made that deal. So how does it look for the next president to come in? He could have reneged on it and did something different. But no, the country made the deal, let it play out. And then how it played out, I have to be honest, it was raggedy. It looked raggedy, but it could have been worse. It could have been worse. It was raggedy. It could have been worse. We're out of there. It's over. It's done. And for him to say, and for anybody to forget that or not even research that, and for the Democrats to give them that as a talking point without yelling it from the mountaintop.
Yep.
Trump made the deal. The next president allowed it to play out. He made the deal, and they let it play out. And then now they're saying that and then they just turn around and say anything, and you allow them to get away with that. And then dumb people who don't bother, because I've told some people, look at how that whole. I was like, that was Trump's deal. He made the deal. Biden allowed it to play out. The country made a deal. The country made a deal, and Biden let it play out. Bro, he could have. No, he no coulda, woulda, nothing, shoulda, nothing. Trump. That was Trump's deal, and it looked raggedy, and it was raggedy. But we're out of there. I think that basically a lot of people were saying, well, yeah, look how this went. But we're out of there. It's over and done. It was never going to be pretty, regardless of when and how it was done, really. If you're really honest about it, it was never going to be pretty. And he released all them people back over there, and they went back over there and did God knows what.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know why they let Trump say that this is a Biden screw up and all that kind of stuff. Now, the way they came out with people hanging off the airplane and all that kind of stuff, because Biden was president, that could have been done better. But because Donald Trump made that agreement with the Taliban, they had to be out by a certain date. So they did the best that they could with what was on the table there. So, but
was what it was. It was never going to be pretty, Tyrone.
Yeah.
It was never going to be pretty. You was going to have that. I felt for the people. They was like, oh, my God, y'all leaving us here. It looked awful. The optics, everything, it was raggedy. But it was always going to be that. But maybe if it was done differently and not release all them people back over there, different things that transpired, Trump's deal, that part of it could have been smoother. Maybe not smoother, but it could have been better. But what we saw when the last planes was pulling out, Tyrone, it was always going to be that.
Mm-hmm.
They were always going to be that. Them people were in fear of their lives. It was always going to be that. It was always going to look bad. What do? Do you stay forever? Or do you say at some point, we got to go? We got to go. He made the deal, let it play out. So that just angers me when they saying that. And it's like, well, some of us remember what went on, what that was about. Just because he said he loves the dumb and the ignorant. Just because they're choosing to go along with what you say, that don't make it so. And that angers me. Every time I hear them talk about how to pull out from Afghanistan went, I just sit there and shake my head like, it just angers me. When that was Trump's deal, he's sitting up. Let me stop, because that really, that just makes me salty. It really does. Every time I hear someone speaking on that, and J.D. Vance and them all them, it just makes me salty. And the fact that this country, it was a post I was on. They had some Canadian people, and they were talking about how a lot of the right-wing Canadians are real crazy, right? Because some of them was talking about they went over to Russia because they sick of the LGBTQ and the rainbow and the this and that, and they went over there and it didn't work out. And they were saying that a lot of Canadians, they talking their foolishness, and they said they must get that from American MAGA. And they were saying because they're ignorant, it's just that. I remember thinking to myself, yeah, maybe y'all got some of y'all Canadian right wings is ignorant and foolish like they are over here, but it's nothing no more dumber and ignorant than an American MAGA. It just really isn't. Y'all can't compare y'all.
Yeah, there's something wrong with it. That's what I was trying to tell you. You asked me why I call them stupid. I can't think of no other word to call them. That's what they are.
I can't think of any other word either, because like my mother be on me about don't call people stupid and dumb. But I don't have any other word when it comes to an American MAGA. Them people are stupid. And you find yourself reverting back to childhood language. Those people are stupid and dumb.
Yeah. I mean, even though they highly educated, they got law degrees, they're teachers, they're judges, they're police officers. They seem like they normal, except for whenever it comes to support their political support for MAGA. Then they just fucking retarded. They something wrong. I ain't mean to use that word, but they just stupid. Yeah, they something wrong with them.
That's the only word you can use. I don't like to call people dumb either, but that's the only word. I mean, are you like what's that? Are you dumb? I forgot who said. I mean, come on. Pick one. Are you? And I just say you. Are you? Pick one. Stupid, dumb, idiot. Fill in this blank. What is wrong with you?
And if Sarge call in, and I guarantee you he'll prove every word what we saying with this Arlington situation, because somehow or another he's gonna try to wiggle around and defend Donald Trump for doing this disgraceful crap that he did at Arlington.
That's what they do. They jump through an idiot hoop. They jump through a dumb hoop. They're out here jumping through all loss of integrity hoops. They jump through all the hoops. And you know, there's a lot of politicians who probably you, others on the phone, that we didn't like. That we don't like. I can't stand Hillary Clinton. She is one smug. I cannot stand Hillary Clinton. I don't care for Bill Clinton, but I dislike Hillary even more. I dislike George Bush. It's just different politicians on both sides.
Yeah.
That I do not like. But whether it's a Democrat or whomever, I've never jumped through hoops to explain any of them. When they do something stupid, Hillary's smug, and I used to say all kinds of things about her on social media. I'm not gonna jump through no hoops. So I just do not like Hillary Clinton. And when she sit up there with them scarves around her neck, God, I can't stand that woman. And I'll be honest, on the low key, I was glad she lost the election. On the low key. I'm serious, Tyrone. I was glad she lost. Not that Trump won. Mm-hmm. But I was glad Hillary lost the election. just because I don't like her. I didn't prefer Trump to win, but I didn't vote for her because I had the luxury in my state, which is blue, and I knew she was going to win the state, so I had the luxury to vote down ballot. I voted down ballot because I was not voting for Hillary Clinton, and I wasn't voting for Donald Trump. But I knew she was going to win the state, so I was given that luxury. And here we are coming in 2024. I have the luxury if I wanted to vote down ballot again because Kamala's going to win the state. I know that. But I want to vote for her.
Yeah.
So when Joe Biden was running, I wanted to vote for him. But I had the luxury. Now, if I lived in like one of the contested states, one of the hot states, where every vote matters, I would hold my nose and put on a blindfold and to which one is Hillary. I voted for Hillary. I can't stand that woman. But I had the luxury where I could protest. I said, I'm not voting for anybody for president. I had that. So I knew, I was smart enough to know I had the luxury to do that. Because it won the state. Our state was announced very early. And it was going to be blue. It's going to always be blue. So, but these people out here in these hot states like that, and they talking about you undecided. Well, I don't know. What is wrong with you? What do you mean you don't know? You don't know by now? You still, why are you undecided? Why are you undecided? It makes no sense. And yes, I voted for Kamala because I want to. I voted for Joe because I wanted to. That's why.
Yeah, I mean, and Kamala Harris is really impressing me so far, and she's got an interview tonight. So I'm pretty sure that she's going to do good in that thing. But she's impressing me.
I think it's
and
over. It's over.
The interview is over?
The interview, because I was listening. I went into one of the groups that I'm in, something other for Women for Kamala Harris. And they were talking about the interview. I will pick up the little snippets from it. I'm not going to watch the entire thing. I gathered from what everybody was saying. But they would say, people post your thoughts. So a lot of intelligent people in that group.
Mm-hmm.
From what I got, they were saying that her and Walls, and it was smart of them to do the interview together, that they did a good job, that the host was kind of combative, but Kamala, she knows how to handle that.
Well, she can deal with it, yeah.
She did a good job.
Mm-hmm.
She did a good job. The host was combative on certain things. And when she asked her, what about Donald Trump saying that you just turned black? Perfect answer. She said, I'm not going to address that foolishness.
You see, that's exactly what needs to happen. See? That is a perfect answer. You're absolutely right. Because she's running for the president of the United States of America. To stoop down to that fucking low IQ level of schoolyard bullshit is beneath that freaking office. It just is.
Don't address it. But from what I'm gathering, some people say she could have been still stronger on the fracking, about certain things that she switched her mind on. But they said for the most part, they did good. They said it was a good interview. They did very well. So I'm going to go along with that. I'll watch some of the snippets later.
Well, here's the thing. She could actually use that against Trump. The reason why I say that is because, like I said before, and I say it again, he's pandering to his political party when he's doing all of this, acting like he's a patriot, acting like he's a hardcore Christian and all this mess.
Mm.
He's acting. That shit ain't real. Come on, man. We all on this platform, for the most part, are too intelligent to know this. That dude is acting as if he's caring, as if he's a hardcore patriot. So gung-ho for the military. So gung-ho that he read the Bible umpteen times or whatever the case may be, even if he even owns one. Look at that photo op I mentioned earlier when he was in D.C.
Yeah.
The Bible upside down. That dude, he acting, man. He that shit is fake.
Well, yeah, and then like you mentioned, that's the only time an American president attacked civilians. He had the military shoot them rubber bullets at them people. That ain't never happened.
The day that happened, because I live in the DMV, they broke into whatever was on the TV when that was going on, and we was like, well, what's going on? And Trump zigzagging and walking. I don't think he knew really which way to go. And then you looked at the Secret Service and the Capitol Police and all of them. They had to push them people out the way because he was coming through. That's not on them. That them people got roughed over and rough shot. There was this one little man out there. They was having a very peaceful protest. He was out there with his wife. They had the stroller, whatever they was out there protesting. Protest. And when they showed it on TV, it was like, oh my God. And the federal police and all of them that was out there, they pushed them over, them people along with the baby carriage.
Yeah,
they just got knocked over. That was just ridiculous. But they had to do it because he was coming through. That's not on them. He just bust out and started walking, so they had to move those people out the way because he came out walking. And you sitting there going, well, what is this? And he got the thing upside down and standing up there, standing crooked, like they're leaning. When he stand up, he's always leaning forward. That was just the most ridiculous thing. And it was like, is this really happening? They done broke into the TV with this foolishness that this was happening. And you saw the tear gas, this gas in them people. The camera showed it. When they knocked that dude, it was a little white man, his little daddy's stomach, and they out there protesting, their little flag or whatever it was they were out there doing. They shoved them people. It was like what you call it? It's like a bin of garbage on the wheel. They shoved them people over. That man with flag back over the stage with his little protest thing. The baby carriage got knocked over. People were screaming. It was like, oh my God, what's happening up there? But they had to do it. The federal
they had to protect the president.
They had to.
Yep. And Donald Trump, people, they don't report on it, but that was his administration had like the most unrest in this country that I've ever seen. There was like a riot every fucking week in this country when Donald Trump was president.
Yes, it was.
It was constant rioting.
You forget.
Right there.
Oh, go ahead,
They were shooting rubber bullets and stuff at the people. It was like, oh my God. But they had no choice. And tear gas, and the people were screaming because they were having a very peaceful protest that day. And it wasn't a whole bunch of people, but they were out there. But this is a good time to bring the kids to show them what peaceful protest is. You know how them real liberal white folks coming up from out of Virginia and places like that, out of Maryland, and they was out there to show the kids this is protest. You go down to the White House over where the park is at, that's over there, and you have a piece of, God, they ran roughshod through them people. Some of it was kind of funny because it was like, they found out today that he came walking through. They just rushed them people, the tear gas and the rubber bullets. They treated them people like dirt, but they had no choice. He was coming through, and they had to clear them people out the way. That wasn't on them. It was not on them. That was on him.
Not to mention, B&E going into their church was breaking and entering. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not mistaken, it was a black pastor, a brother, who he was pissed about that whole situation himself.
Yeah, he was
pissed.
Like, he was
right.
The bishop. He was very pissed about
there
that.
you go.
Who's this call? Who line I just opened?
Hey, Tyrone, what's going on?
What's happening, Joe?
My brother.
What's going on, Big Will? Long time no talk to you. Usually. I think Top Dollar King may be lurking somewhere in there. What's up?
Go ahead, Joe.
No, I want to say, if you listen to these guys, really listen to them. You know, it's the difference between collectivism and individualism. You know, the crux of ABC and Sarge's arguments, when you really break it down, is I did good, so I'm going to dump for Trump because I did good underneath Trump. Whether we did good, well, that's your problem, but I did good. And I mean, Sarge has said this over and over. I don't know if you listen to him carefully. He said this over and over. I did well. I saw an increase in my money. Okay, maybe you saw an increase in your money, but the greater majority of black people as a whole took a hit. Well, that's not my problem. That's their problem, you know? And so this is it. It's individualism versus collectivism. And so these guys are like chameleons in the sense that they will be pro-collectivism when it benefits them and individualists when it benefits them. So in other words, you know, when things get tight, if it ain't tight for them, they ain't living good. No problem. They'll wear the MAGA hats and sing the songs and, you know, do the slogans and all that because life is good for them. You know, forget that your brother may be starving. Forget that, you know, you may need help. But, you know, when things get tight, then, oh, no, you know, oh, things got to change. That's when they start getting violent. So, you know, I'm just saying, you know, really break down the arguments and listen to what they're saying. ABC does it every Saturday. He tells you straight up, my family, mine. Never us. It's never us. It's always mine. My family, my people, how we live, what we do is a family, you know? And in his mind, that nucleus of his is the only thing that really matters. You know, there's no collective we. There's no village in his mind, in his world. It's his house alone on the hill, and everybody else is crazy around him. So I mean, I'm just saying, you know, sometimes
I disagree with you because their we include
go with it.
their we includes white America, Joe, and you got to put that in there because they do care about collective, long as it's white people. They don't care about black people, so they got to be some type of we with them at some level.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you that. But you know, I've said before, you know, the sad part is I don't understand, you know, where this mindset developed. You know, I don't understand where this I'm going to sell out my brother in order to do well for myself kind of came from. You know, and I don't know if it's a survival instinct or whether it's a greed instinct. But definitely, you know, if you look at all these guys with the Byron, what's his name, Byron Allen, whatever the fuck his name is, and Tim Scott and all these guys, you know, it's all about themselves and how they pull themselves up by their bootstraps. You heard that.
Well, you understand, you know? Because I ain't gonna say the word, but I'm gonna say the word like this, Joe. They raccoons. I can say raccoon. That's what the hell they are. They raccoons.
Well, they're the kind of black people that I generally don't want to be bothered with, because, you know, at the end of the day, you know, I understand the desire for you and yours to succeed, but to me, not at the expense of everybody else. You know, because, you know, you may just be living to grieve another day. That's it. You know, ultimately, you know, when they come for us, they come for all of us. They don't care about you. That's right. They don't care whether
they don't give a shit about who. They'll find out. I mean, if it ever comes to that, they'll find out quick. You know, because they're not gonna discriminate who's black from whatever black. They don't. They'll
right.
They'll find out. Yeah, ABC is a raccoon. Yeah, I'm not gonna say the other word without the rack on it.
But you don't want them to. I don't want them to find out. I mean, it would be.
Well, at least I'm gonna be honest with you. I want them to find out. I really.
No. But if they find out, Tyrone, that means all of us gonna find out along with them. It would be sweet if they found out, but I don't want to have to say I told you so. Hey. On some other petty stuff, I'll say I told you so. But I don't want to say I told you so on this. That's just me. It would be sweet.
A quick question. that Project 24, is that shit real?
It's 25. Yeah, it's
25?
real.
25.
Yeah,
So
it's real. They got
they
it.
trying to get rid of.
Just Google it, man. The book will pop up. They got a whole website out there, Big Will, and you can go through the
Yeah.
website and you can. I know it's a lot to go through, but you could probably use the find if you're looking for something in particular. But that shit real as hell, man.
So they're talking about getting rid of daycares and a whole bunch of other benefits for the country,
Yeah.
impoverished people.
Well, if you think about what I was talking about years ago when it came to Christianity, and I know people get all upset, but that's basically a doctrine to try to indoctrinate people into Christianity from the evangelical right. So they trying to put that into politics, and they trying to put that shit to work, man. That's what I was warning people about when I was talking about religion.
Yeah.
But it's actually coming to fruition, you know.
So they want to roll back the way that this country works to how it was when America was agricultural and rural, when law, and when the government was really super small, like the federal government was really super small, and the law that mattered was the local law that you lived under. They want to roll it back to that. And so we're never going to go back. That's why Harris's campaign is we ain't going back. No, we can't go back to that. We're not an agricultural community anymore. We still have those communities here in America, but overall, we're not like that.
I live in an agriculture state. I mean, I can go down the street literally and see a field or something. You know what I mean? Not to mention, they turned the agriculture south to, I don't know which one, suburbs now. I'm like maybe less than an hour away from Raleigh, North Carolina, right? The state capital. People from Raleigh are moving down here. So what they have to do is tear down buy the farmland from these people, from the farmers who's old and retired, and children don't want to do the stuff themselves. They're buying all that land out and putting up houses.
Little sub communities and stuff, huh?
Right. Yeah, man. I mean,
yeah, because we outsourced our food, man. We don't do agriculture no more. So I don't know what they're striving for. It's just that it ain't here no more. And
it's here, but it's not like it used to be.
No, it's not big as it used to be. And to try to turn this society into an agricultural country now is just like bullshit. There ain't nobody wanting to work in the fields no more. There ain't nobody wanting to ride tractors and have farms and chickens and all. There ain't nobody wanting to do that shit. It's terrible to say, but people don't want to do it.
Not for a reasonable living wage. They're not. No. So.
Well, yeah, I guess you're right. If the money was right, then yeah, people would do whatever. Yeah.
And so,
but for those who do, it's okay.
But I'm telling you. So the whole argument about the illegal immigrants, people talk about that shit all the time, right? Like I said, I live literally in North Carolina. I can go not even 15-minute drive from my home and see the hell 3 minutes from my parents' house and find a chicken coop. Feel me?
Yeah.
But a family is a family-run business. Now they could expand and buy more chickens and produce more chickens and eggs instead of whatever. They can literally do that, but they would have to bring people in, hire people, and for the cost of living, nah, man, they ain't gonna do it. They can't afford it. So you got to pay these people, pay the loans instead of whatever. Oh, okay. So now you got a bird flu, or you got a freeze, or your heater system goes out in the wintertime. All your crops, all your birds are dead now. Your chickens are dead. Yeah, you may collect on some insurance, but you're not gonna be able to recoup everything that you need.
No, they're not gonna be able to sell it because Walmart buy they stuff from overseas. The supermarkets buy their stuff from overseas. They're not gonna buy them from the local people like that.
Well, they buy from Purdue. Where's Purdue? Purdue is maybe an hour, 15 minutes, not even that far from where I live. People go in there. Sanderson Farm is maybe, I don't know what the hell that place is at. Yes, I do. It's in the neighboring city.
Well, that's probably for like chickens and pigs and stuff like that. But like the produce and stuff like that. That shit come overseas.
Oh no. Yeah.
Yeah, because I guess you got to have the chickens and pigs close to you to get them in the grocery store. But
Well, stuff like that. I know, like my family in South Carolina, in the Wayback Machine, all of them had farms. My mom and them grew up on a farm. My dad and them grew up with the whole family, both sides. They were farming people, and they had huge farms. Nobody's farming, not any of them. Nobody's farming anything anymore. They just pay the taxes on the land, and that's it. Every once in a while, like some larger outfit will come through and rent, the lots of the acres and things like that, and plant things like that. But none of them, I kid you not, considering both sides of my family, that's what they did. They were farmers. And none of them, no one's farming anymore. None of them.
Yep.
Everybody, when their kids, which was my dad knows, when they all grew up, they went off, did their own thing. And then a lot of us was raised on it. They pay the taxes on the land, and that's just it. We go down there, like my mother knows property. When you go down there, they have a house and thing on it. One of her sisters lived on the property. You look at all that the way back. It's nothing. It's just like y'all got all this property back behind the house and all this. Yeah, that's it. And you go over to my father's and them where they live at. There's like 2 houses with 2 family members. They have homes on the property, and it's just like several acres. It's just like it just keeps going, and nothing. And they all used to run. That's what they did back in the day, and they're just not doing it. And you go past farm after farm after farm. They was like, that was such and such and farm. That was such and farm. It's nothing. The only time you see anything growing, it's like I said, when a big outfit comes through and rents the, they rent the, they don't call it rent, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
They pay, and then they farm that, and they will allow that from time to time. Like my father said, because they got so much, they will allow that. If you come through there, well, who's all this stuff back here? Or that was that's such and such, such and such. You see cotton, corn. My mother and the property, they had let some people, they had some cotton and some stuff a couple of years back. That's it. Nobody's farming anything.
Well, that's because the Walmart and them, the supermarket killed the farm where they can get that stuff easy and all that kind of stuff. And like where Big Will stay at, they probably got some fresh produce that he can get a hold of right around locally. But that ain't everywhere though.
Mm-hmm. Some people you still can. People have a garden. Like I have some relatives that they'll do a garden around there. Everybody will come and pitch in and do but that's just for like the family. They plant certain things, garden, everybody chips in and they plant, they tend to it. They do some gardening. But that's just for the family around there. Ain't nobody selling anything. And I remember like the pecan trees in South Carolina. Everybody had rows of pecan trees all down there. If they weren't, because my mom's dad, he was a tobacco farmer. He did tobacco and corn. And my father's and them family, they did tobacco, corn, and cotton. And they had pecan trees just like for the gods down there. And they would sell. They stopped treating the pecan trees, so the trees are still there, but they don't produce pecans and stuff anymore that they used to sell at the market. That's just way back, long time. It's just a bunch of land with 1 or 2 houses on it because nobody's farming anything. I was like, damn, y'all could have at least treated the pecans, the stuff you do to the trees, so they had the pears, the everything. They don't even bother with that stuff no more. Nobody does, other than a garden every once in a while. And it's sad that the agriculture of this country is turning out. Huh?
I'm going to tell you, you barely see gardens nowadays.
Yeah, you very rarely. My family didn't do one this year, but they did one last year. It's just when they feel like it. You see what I'm saying? they'll do a garden. But you're right. You don't even see much of that anymore.
I grew up with gardening. My grandfather got me into it. I love his green beans. I wish I could, like hell I can give that shit. But
I wish somebody would do it. That food was good. That gardening, that vegetables.
Fresh.
Oh yeah, fresh food is always better than what they selling in the supermarket.
Yes,
but
they
then
should do
somebody's
everything.
still doing it. Somebody's still doing it because right there in Raleigh, I haven't been yet. There's a Black Farmers Market over by NC State. I want to say that I think it's by NC State, but that's where they have the Black Farmers Market. I mean, from watermelon to green beans, cucumbers.
Yes.
I mean, you name it. All kind of good stuff. So somebody has to be doing it. Matter of fact, Henderson, North Carolina, some brother he was in the NFL. I forget where he was from, but he turned down a fat contract, like $50 million, playing NFL, and moved to Henderson, North Carolina, and start growing sweet potatoes. So right now, he's probably getting the land ready right now, and he's giving the stuff away for free. So salute to that brother.
Now, sweet potatoes is easy because my cousin and them, or my father's in them part, they didn't do a garden this year. But my cousins and those, they did do sweet potatoes because you ain't got to do much to them because they was like, these people right here, they don't want to work, they don't want to do. So they did sweet potatoes. So I know, like, when we were all down there a couple months back for homegoing, we brought back sweet potatoes, and it was like, that's all y'all got. They said sweet potatoes, nobody want to work it anymore, so sweet potatoes is easy, So, but back in the day, the watermelons, the sweet potatoes, the beans, the peas, they used to do it all. They did it all. It's like a time gone past now. They don't do anything.
Well, they used to teach the young people how to do it. They used to teach the young people how to do it, and the young people grew up doing it, but I don't think they do that no more. The young people ain't.
No, they don't do it.
Yeah.
They don't do it.
Why do it when you can go to?
Huh?
Oh, go ahead, baby.
Piggly Wiggly. We can go to the Piggly Wiggly and buy it.
There you go. As they say here, Piggy Wiggly.
Piggy
what's
Wiggly.
the point? Yeah, but what's the point of going to the garden when, like she said, Walmart or dollar stores? They got everything you want. So you can go to the Dollar Tree, go shop for your canned goods now. Nowhere near as good as that fresh stuff. Nowhere near as good.
Nowhere near as good. But when we were kids down there in the summers and different times, my mother didn't allow us to work in the gardens like when my grandma and all of us would be out there gardening, because she said it would be snakes out there. So we would have to stand off to the side while they do the stuff, and they would pass it off to us in the bushels and stuff. And she told them she didn't want us out there because there's snakes and stuff.
Yeah, I just killed a snake last week.
But I miss those days. But they do sweet potatoes because they say it's easy. It's not much you got to do to it. So they do sweet potatoes. But I miss those days. But you want to take the country back to that, to cut back to a bygone era, or people's not trying to go back to that.
Well, they want to control people. They want to control. I don't know what this whole fascinating with controlling women is. That is something that is surprising to me. How far they going to tell women what to do. It's almost like they want to roll back the rights of women.
They are rolling back the rights. That's the goal. That's why they're trying to get rid of no-fault divorce and things like that. You get married, I saw this one black guy was fussing about this today. You get married, you have babies, then you tend to the house. And he was like, these people are acting like people got mortgages to pay. People, kids is expensive. How y'all expect to do all of that? How y'all expect to live if you're trying to stunt the growth of women? If you're trying to take away women's rights, how you go? You can't.
So the no fault divorce means you can't get a divorce. Is that what it is? You married forever?
Well, most people when they file for divorces, it's no fault, unless there's some fault, But they want it. But the thing is, they're starting with to get rid of no fault divorce because they said people are getting divorced too easy. They're just no fault, and then you get the divorce like that and go about your business. So that's their way.
Oh, so you can't get spousal support and all of that kind of stuff in a no fault divorce.
They want you to stay. They want you to stay married. That's the whole thing. They starting with the no fault divorce. They want you.
That
to
is
stay
crazy.
It is crazy to me.
Who's it to benefit? Who's it to benefit?
The man, I guess.
Which man?
The man.
Which man?
The man that don't have to pay anything. You ain't got to pay alimony or none of that stuff, I guess.
We got to do none of that.
Benefit the white man. To benefit the white man.
And you can't get divorced from him. And then some of the states are saying they don't, like, if you're pregnant, they're trying to. So as it stands right now, if a woman is pregnant or she's in a bad, horrible marriage, and she found out she's pregnant, but she's filed for divorce, she doesn't have to tell him that she's pregnant. They're trying to do away with that. And they're trying to do away with the no-fault divorce.
I get it. I just read it. It says the laws providing for no-fault divorce allow family court to grant a divorce in response to a petition by either party of the marriage without requiring the petitioner to provide evidence that the defendant has committed a breach of the marital contract. So you can get a divorce, but you can't say this person did me wrong or this person cheated on me. That can't be the basis of your divorce. So
so they try all the tricks now, and like the thing is, I think if a woman is pregnant, I think that her husband, everybody should know, even if you're getting a divorce. I'm in agreement that the husband should know, everybody should know. But in some cases, it might be dangerous for her. You see what I'm saying? To say that, to tell that. Now, once they're divorced, he has every right to know. He has every right to be a part of that child's life, get his rights intact. As father, he should have, everybody have rights. But they're saying they don't want to have to force, because some women are very vulnerable, and it might be dangerous for them to say that yes, they are pregnant. And if these people get divorced, he has a right to know. And he get his rights, his visitation, his everything that he should have as it relates to his children. I am for that. But if the situation is going to be dangerous for her to say she is pregnant, then she shouldn't have to say that. She shouldn't have to reveal that. And that is just situation. That's situational. It's not everybody. You see what I'm saying? But if you, like some of these women, they have to get out because they're in an abusive relationship. The husband might kill them and stuff. And those types of situations, I agree with that. If that's going to keep her safe. But after you divorce, he got a right to know about that now. As his child get his rights and his this or that, his visitation, if he ain't crazy, his visitation, his whatever it is he's doing. But if it's going to put you in danger, him knowing, because they said when it comes to women and pregnancy, the leading cause of not other than medical stuff for death is homicide when it comes to pregnant women. So some people be in a sticky situation that maybe you can't tell, this man, he allowed to kill you. So some of these things is kind of sticky. So, but in those cases, I agree with that. But just a regular case, y'all just don't want to be together, y'all fussing and fighting, he has a right to know. But if it's sticky, and it's best that you keep that quiet till you get divorced, because you shouldn't be made to stay married to him just because you're pregnant.
Yeah.
No. You should be able to get that divorce and to give him his rights. Everybody have their rights. I'm for that. I'm not for denying anybody their rights.
Well, see, with all this shit, everybody in this damn country should be a damn Democrat. Because the Republicans, they want to damn take you back to the damn 1920s. I'm all about progressive and moving forward and all that kind of stuff. These people want to stay in the old ages.
Yeah, they want to go back to the Ice Age, Tyrone. Tell the truth.
They do.
Yeah, really. Where we had to cross the street when we saw them coming, they would be fine with that. That we had to hold our heads down when the man is talking to us. They would be fine. But again, it would be sweet if that was to happen, and you could say, "I told you so," but I'm not willing to go back to that just to tell somebody I told you so. I'm not willing to do that. I don't think we should have to go back to that just to say I told you so. You should see all that racism up under that tent should be enough to tell you I told you so.
Yeah.
It shouldn't have to actually be happening for somebody to tell you I told you so. You don't see all that racism up under that tent? Are you trying to go up under there? That makes no sense.
That's why I don't understand why white women vote Republican. That is the silliest thing. I don't understand that. That's the craziest shit. Because they every time they vote against their interests every time they vote Republican. Because these people want to see them back in the 20s, these Stepford wives. That's what the hell they want.
But you know what, Tyrone? I heard these psychologists and different people talking about this. I kid you not today. And they was talking about as it relates to white women. Not all of them, things have changed, but too many of them, when they vote, their identity is with race. You follow me? That's what they were saying.
Yeah.
It's more race because white men, it's their patriarchy, they're ruling. So they vote, they have a tendency to vote as far as it relates to race. Now check this out. They said when it comes to black men, like they're saying a lot of them are like really trying to get up under the MAGA tent. They vote, their identity is patriarchy. I had to sit back and think about that. I was like, yeah, that's true.
Well, there's some black men that do that, but the majority still vote.
Not all. No, not all.
Yeah.
But those that you see.
Well, yeah, you think about like the ABCs and them. They probably think like that. They probably vote for patriarchy.
Not all. Not even the majority. Too many, but not even the majority. They're voting and they're siding with patriarchy. And these stupid white women, they're siding with race. And then you look back, well, what about everybody else? Well, everybody else is like the issues, the policy, what's going to help me, what's going to help everybody, what's going to help my mama, my grandmama, Social Security. They're looking at all that kind of stuff. But these people are really, all politics is identity politics, but their identity is not what you think it should be, or what not should be, what you think that it would be. But yeah, they said there's this race, and the select few of black men that's trying to get under that tent, theirs is patriarchy. So when they said it like that, that made sense to me. I get it now.
Is it patriarchy or a false sense of patriarchy?
It's more like a false sense, yeah.
That's better. Yeah, false sense. That's better. That's better.
But I don't.
Not thinking.
Yeah, it seems like humanity be wanting to move forward. These people just archaic in their thinking. I don't get it. The primal, which they need to come out of that. I would like for humanity to move forward, huh?
That's what they're pushing for. We did. I think you did a show a few years ago, Ty. You explained it how right wing is all about progressing, trying to become new and advanced and better. The left wing, I was wrong. The left wing is about that. The right wing, the old slavery time, to sum it up.
Yeah.
Trying to go back to slavery, where women had to wear dresses and sit around the house while black people had to take care of them and this, that, whatever. That's what it seems like they're trying to go back to.
Yeah, there's a damn racist that lived down the street from me, and he got like, you ever seen one of those stickers of Donald Trump in the back seat where it looked like Donald Trump sitting in the back seat? Well, he got one of them in his car. But anyway, every time I go by that house, I see that woman out there, pressure washing the house, raking the yards, cleaning the windows, taking care of the kids, doing everything around the house, cutting the grass, doing all that shit. And that dude, he just standing around drinking a beer. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? But that's what they want, man. That woman be busting her ass down there, racist ass, and that dude don't
That's
be
what
doing
they
shit.
want.
Yeah.
And when they try to set DEI like for the companies and stuff, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and that's something the United States really needed because we were falling behind other countries as far as tech and different things like that, tech and science and things like that, because with corporations and these different things, they were still trying to keep with the nepotism and white. You're missing out on a lot of good talent when you're still trying to stick to those old ways. You're missing out on a lot of good talent because you're not giving opportunity to those that don't look like you that might be great talent. And that's when the companies and different things like that was like, yeah, we are missing out on a lot of good talent, keeping it all lily white. And other countries are surpassing us in, like I said, in tech and different things like that. They are surpassing us, but we're still trying to stick with these old racist ways of we're missing out on a lot of talent. And that's basically what that was supposed to be about. You really need to start giving other people chances, other marginalized people, other people, things like that, because you don't know what you're missing out on great minds. You're missing out on a lot of great things that would help the country to get to where you all claim you want it to be. We're supposed to be so great, but we're lagging behind other countries when it comes to a lot of things.
Oh yeah.
Because of our staunch way of lily white nepotism. Because we're stuck on that stuff. And you're all types of raw talent that could be the next person to come up with the complete cure of cancer, that could come up with the flying. I saw they had these little African kids, right, online, and they were creating these little, not sculptures, but these little modules. And this little kid, and they were using the plastic that they were finding, like in the trash and the heaps and things like that. And oh my God, just little African kids living in villages. It was mind-blowing, the things that they were creating. All of these types of supercars and different things, and they were making those things out of plastics, out of glass, and things. And this is the stuff that you're missing out on. You see what I'm saying? Those little kids, they could grow up to be the next surpass Albert Einstein and Tesla and people like that. But you're missing out on that because you're trying to hold on to old ways. You really are. You're trying to hold on to them old ways.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. I do. Well, our only disagreement is we're getting the talent, but we're not getting it from within our country. My current job and my previous job that I had.
I'm talking about within the country. I'm just bringing up these little kids
right.
in Africa, what they could do, the untapped. That's for Africa. Y'all get them little kids and do something. But we're doing the same thing here in our country. We're not tapping on the people of color, the blacks, the Latinos. I mean, not tapping on that. I just mentioned them, not bring them over here. But I'm just saying, look at that. Those little kids. So we got that going on right here in the hoods. We got a lot of untapped talent. That's what I just brought them up because it was amazing. Those little kids with nothing, and we got that going on here, and they're not getting a chance. And that's what DEI was about, to break into untapped abilities by giving people a chance, everybody a chance, and then we can start to catch up with some of the other countries and their talent. Because just like you see that with them over there, we got it here too going on, but they're not giving a chance.
Difference is they put a lot of money into those countries put a lot of money into their education for the ones that can't afford to go to school.
Yeah.
Here we put our money into bullshit.
Yeah.
People got mad with President Obama years ago when he was the JSF, the Joint Fighter Jet. He said, "I'm pulling X amount of millions of X amount of billions of dollars from that project. The jet is here, and it's not going anywhere anytime soon. The bad boy is bad. Why are we still putting money into this project when we have it and it's alive?" So he pulled a lot of money. A lot of Republicans got mad about that, saying he defunded the military, which is bullcrap.
Well, that's because them damn contractors won't gonna get paid no more. It's a waste of money when they throw money at them projects like that.
Right. But the thing is, we need to start putting more money into, like the sister said, the youth, the education of our people here in America.
Exactly.
We need.
Well,
exactly.
I mean, if you look at China and Japan, they're into the damn the STEM stuff, the electronic stuff. That's all we using now, and we need to educate our community on, you know, this electronic, these microchips and all that kind of stuff. That's what's going on.
The AI stuff is real too.
Yep.
Okay. And automation is something serious. My job, I'm not gonna say the name of where I work, but my job, they downsizing now. Okay, right? And if my job gets everything in place in the next year or 2 or 3 or however long, we're gonna be losing jobs, because instead of man doing this, man or woman doing that, it's gonna be 5, 10, 20 machines doing everything.
The automation
you got 2
stuff.
or 3 people. And guess where it's coming from?
Probably China.
Overseas. China, Thailand, Japan, India. Oh man, a whole line was down. A whole line was down for a minute because they had to get the specially made part from India. Somebody somebody that worked for the company bought one of those little machines, one of those I can't think of the name of the machine, but basically it makes parts. You design, you give it a program, and it makes the piece
like
itself.
a CNC machine.
Like a CNC, but with plastic or whatever, or some type of other plastic type material. He quit his job, started his own business doing that. So he's making buttloads of money, making small little components, and they can get it within 2 or 3 days, a week and a half, or something like that. Yeah, that's real. That is real.
Yeah, but our community seems more on sports and entertainment, man. That's just I don't know what that is. I ain't saying that we ain't got no kids out there that ain't doing the right thing, but you know, a lot of us we want to make it through that avenue.
It's going to be our downfall.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I blame, and I'm not going to blame nobody for that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to blame the school. I blame the parents for that. Somebody.
Because I mean, out of that, I mean, there's a lot of people that try for it, but everybody ain't gonna make it, you know. So there's a lot of people wind up not making it, but the ones that do make it be pretty awesome. I mean, you can look at the Olympics this year and see that, you know, black people, you know, they showed up and did their thing, you know, but everybody didn't make it.
We carried that.
Yeah.
We carried that. And then rap.
We carried that.
Too many people. We carried the Olympics. And then rap. And then everybody want to be a rapper. That's another thing that we need to get off the young people. Some people can, but everybody don't need to try to do that. But you know what? The Olympics, I watched a good deal of it. And I was proud to be an American. Watching that and posting the American flags, Go Team USA. Because it was just awesome seeing our people out there doing it. I mean, we carried the Olympics. And then looking at them, and one thing that bothered me, when the men's basketball won, I was so proud of those guys. And when they stood up, they were standing there, they had to step up on the podium to get there, and they were so happy. I was so proud of all of them. Now, I know all of them are 100 millionaires once they come back home. We know that. But I was still proud of them. And then, of course, I saw the right. They was talking about, look at such and such country. They had their arm on their chest when their anthem, national anthem, and look at them. They just stood up there, and they didn't. And I'm like, okay, Steve, why y'all doing that? Don't do that.
Later for them people. They should know. Well, they should accept Black America. Listen, Black people have fell out of love with that anthem. I hope they keep falling out. I ain't disrespecting it or nothing, but damn it, we know what it means now. So let them.
But they had their hand on their chest.
Yeah.
But they took a picture before they played the American anthem, they had the silver and the bronze. And then when they stood up to play, they said from United States of America. And when they stood up on the podium, I was so proud of them. And then when they started playing the anthem, they did put their hand on their thing. Mm-hmm. But they took a picture before they stood up on the podium to do it. And I was like, you know what? I was so proud of them because they were happy. Yeah, I know they 100 millionaires. LeBron is a billionaire. We all know that. But they were still proud to do that for their country. And I was proud of them. I was proud of all the athletes. And they went out there and showed themselves.
Yeah.
And I was so proud of all of them. And that's when you be like patriotic. When you see them out there saying, look at my people out there doing it. And they did it. They were doing it at the Olympics this year. And I was proud of all of them. All of them. But then the white people.
Yeah, but you know, white people gonna complain about anything Black people do. And if they complain about that anthem later for them, they might care about that anthem. I mean, I ain't gonna sit over here and dog it like that because people, if they didn't use it no more, I wouldn't give a crap. Because even at Donald Trump's campaign rallies, he don't play the national anthem. He played a fucking January 6th choir singing the national anthem. So that's disrespect right there in itself.
And then many times they caught him when he was president. When the anthem was playing, he had his hand over his chest. He didn't do it either. Sometimes you forget.
Yeah, they put all the onus on Black people. Later for them people. And they might think about that.
Yeah, we just got to be.
Yeah, because those Olympians did their thing, and I couldn't stop watching that girl, Sha'Carri Richardson. I like to see her run.
Then she do her thing. That was such a great comeback story.
She be getting it.
I was so proud of her.
Jesus.
I was so proud of Sha'Carri.
And then whenever they did the one where they passed the baton, that girl that ran the first leg, the first leg of that race, Jefferson, she's from Georgetown down here.
Mhm.
They had a parade for her.
I was so proud of all of them. I really was. I was so proud of everybody. They did that. Black folks, our people showed out at the Olympics this year. And that's why they won so many medals. Because our people, they showed out.
Yeah, they kind of did Sha'Carri Richardson dirty that time when they found that THC or whatever. They should have let that girl run.
But she came back.
She came back
and
now.
She came back,
mm-hmm.
and she like something that Donald Trump does not know how to do. She came back. She was focused, and I was so proud of that girl. I was so proud of her, and she showed what she was about. It was just awesome. I mean, with her, I was tickled pink. I was so proud of her. And they was talking about the contracts and stuff. I mean, everybody was like, Simone Biles. Well, Simone is a goat. She gonna do her thing.
She is.
But she gonna do her thing. But I was extra specially proud. You know who else I was proud of too? It wasn't even American. When the Brazilian girl, when she took the gold.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking when she took the gold and Simone got silver. And the other girl got the bronze, but they took her bronze. But anyway,
there were 3 people of color.
This is why I was so proud of the Brazilian girl, because Simone got everything. She's everything. She win everything. And I was glad that they bowed down to her, and that girl was so happy. And I was proud because she's one of ours. Her people was just on a different boat. And she identifies as a Black Brazilian. And they were poor, and her people, she's one of ours. Our family boat came to America, and her family boat, they ended up in Brazil. And I was like, well, if Simone and one of ours don't get to go, I was happy for that girl.
Oh, yeah.
Because you could see it. I was so happy for her. Because Simone ain't got to, she got to get them all. I was happy for that Brazilian girl. That was awesome. So, I mean, you know, that was just awesome. And they were all black, considering how the gymnastics used to be. And
yeah, and I think that was making a
seeing,
big deal out of that was the first time in history where first, second, and third were people of color.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They were all black. And that was just awesome. And another thing that I'm happy to see now, too, is that black men and boys are getting into gymnastics. Because just like the black women dominate gymnastics now, the men can too. They can too. They can dominate that too. But, well, we all know why they didn't get into it like they should have. But they're getting into it now. But they could dominate that too. They could dominate it and take it away, just like the women did. But you know, there's a lot of stigmatism and, you know, people, you know, start. Well, you know what I'm saying when it comes to, well, why you doing gymnastics? You got, you know, that type of foolishness. But I'm happy that you're seeing more black men get into gymnastics now. And y'all go ahead on over there and dominate that too. You can take that too. I'm happy to see that. Because when it comes to that kind of stuff, we dominate everything we do. So I'm happy to see that the more black men are getting into gymnastics. Go on over there, dominate it, and take it over too. Just like the women dominated the tennis, y'all go on over there and take that too. Just go on and take it. So.
But yeah, like we were saying, everybody can't make it up to that level. And there need to be other stuff injected into our community to where our young people are learning skills.
I agree.
In this time period that they could use, because they own the games a lot. I notice adults now are playing video games. You know, it wasn't that way when I was growing up, but grown people now are, you know, they bringing the video games with them. So I don't know what kind of money can be made off of that stuff, but they spend a lot of time on it.
But people I don't know that much about it, but it seems that people are making good money online gaming. So
yeah,
a lot of our people, they're in it too. So if you can make good money off it, go for it, you know. But I don't know that much about it because I'm not a gamer. But I see people are making money. I don't know nothing about it.
Yeah, people live for that life now. Do you game, Big Will? You there? I guess he must have went on mute. But yeah, I don't know how to do all that gaming and stuff. But people are all into it now. So I don't know if there's money to be made on that stuff or not.
Yes, money to be made online. Them gamers, a lot of them, they make big money. From what I understand, they make big money because a couple of the young ones that's like became big. I saw a video about 3 of them today, and they're black, and they have huge social media platforms. They make, and that's how they started out gaming.
Mm-hmm.
And 3 of the real top ones, they're black. And I'm proud of them. I mean, they got some issues, but some of they, you know, they act kind of raccoonish on certain things. But I get it because they don't want to get into, you know, social justice, and I get that.
Yeah, I get that. Where the influencers, they try to stay out of politics or whatever, or not even.
Yeah.
So I get that part.
I get that. I get that. But they see it's 3 because a video I was showing from FD Signifier, he was highlighting 3 of them, and they're black. I don't know these people. These people. One of them is some Connects or Knights.
Yeah. Send that crazy boy. There's something wrong with him.
Him.
He all over the place. I started seeing him a lot lately.
Yes, and he started out. They all started out gaming.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean,
yeah, he's pretty big. I think he's one of the biggest YouTubers out there.
Yes. So I mean, they have found a way to you know, relate that into money and you know, so just so long as you do it right, don't get crazy, don't get stupid. You have a lot of followers, so I'm not mad at it. But they some of their ways is a little, but they're young. But I get not wanting to get into certain things, but certain things he has said about, I don't know if he's the Knights or whatever his name is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he's Black American. I don't know if he's Caribbean. I don't know where he's from, but he said some things about Black Americans that wasn't too cool,
Yeah.
But I'm gonna put it off on being young.
Yeah, because the young people look at race differently nowadays. They just do. They don't look at it like I would look at it. They see the world completely different, and I can kind of understand it, but I know that there's a divide from how I look at race and how they look at race. They don't look at it. I don't look at the historical context. They don't look at.
They don't.
No.
But Tyrone, but that's scary though.
Yeah.
Because it is a divide, and things is getting worse. And just because they don't look at it, they look at it in a totally different way.
Yeah.
That's dangerous for them. Because they're clueless as to how it really is. I see some young girls some years back. I was in South Carolina, and they were all like just going to college for the first time. 3 young Black girls. They were over. It was a gathering. I'm not going to get into all that. And they were there, and somehow or another, the conversation came up about something. It got on that, and they was like, "Well, you all, y'all just old." But they was telling us, y'all just old. I didn't take offense to it. I just wanted y'all old thinking. I was just curious to where they were going with that.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of stuff, that doesn't exist anymore. All that racism stuff. And I was like, oh my gosh. I don't expect them to look at things the way I do.
Well, I mean, sometimes they get their wake up card because they put it on TikTok whenever they get called the N word. Whenever they get discriminated against, they be all surprised. They're like, I didn't think this could never happen. Yeah, it happens.
Happened to me, yeah. And I blame their parents for having them out here, like a giraffe with their neck just going, and they don't have a clue about things. And it's good to be, to be young and to not think about things like that and not want to have to think about things like that. But I don't think you should allow your children to grow up here misinformed and clueless. I don't think that's a good thing. You should allow them to be like that. They can still be, have all idealistic and just, my ish don't think and all of that. You can be that, but you still need to have a clue that these things exist, and it will probably it's going to touch you one day.
Yeah.
So they still need to be aware. And I just thought that was dangerous that y'all out here thinking like that. We was like, racism is over. Yeah. We had a Black president. We had this. And people don't act like that. You all are stuck way back in the past. And I was like, she sound like she talking.
Yeah, they totally misinformed. Yeah.
We're not as old as you all think. We're older than you. But we're not as y'all. That old man said people not like that. And I remember I disengaged from the conversation, but I was like, I hope where you all feel and where you all thinking, I hope you're able to maneuver in life and it never touches you.
Yeah, because I would to be honest, I would love to see a world where humans just get along. I would love that, but
yeah, I want that.
I understand that we're in the United States of America, and the United States of America was founded on this divisive, racist BS, and it still exists to today. So it's just a reality of this country. What's up, Brother G?
It's just.
Hey man, how you doing? Go ahead, sister. No, go ahead. Go ahead, finish.
No,
finish
one more last thing.
Yes.
And the crazy thing, this was in South Carolina. You all in the South. We just passed a big old Confederate flag coming up 95. You
Oh,
going
yeah.
down here? I'm leaving out from up north, and we just drove past a huge Confederate flag on 95 to get here. And you all down here, who are your
They
parents?
should make that man take that flag down. They say that that's an individual. They say that that's an individual's private home, and he flies that flag.
It is. It is. He does own that on private property.
Yeah.
But that's a horror driving up 95. You see that old thing, something as big as an industrial building. They like, we gonna show it. You gonna know. And whenever we drive past that, headed down south, everybody in the car gets quiet.
Yeah, when I went up there, I seen that flag on the way there and coming back. Yep, I sure did.
And doesn't it make you feel uneasy?
It does. It does.
And because you live in the South, so you used to seeing a bunch of that. But all us in the car coming people from New York and different places, Maryland and stuff, that just shut down the conversation when we was driving past that. Because I'm not used to seeing that like that. You see what I'm saying? And it's not that it's just a Confederate flag. It's just that it's so huge. And it's right there on the road. And you're not going to miss it. That's why it just shuts you up real quick. Everybody get quiet while you passing that. And it's like, well, we in the South now. We down here now. They're going to remind you. But that's all I wanted to say.
What's up, Brother G?
All is well, man. So last, I like listening to our brother, on the other show, but he has tendency to mute when he don't agree to certain things. But to what Sister Lisa is saying and what you're saying also, we cannot forget. And so watch this. So yes, the progressive may have, or Democrat, or however you want to put it, may have a creative error, but there are some good things that came out of it, whereas then we're a lot further, and we have to recognize why we cannot put it to the side. What do you mean, Brother G? We cannot forget about how some of these political parties did benefit us, and it was more of the progressive movement that brought us out of a lot of the detriment.
Yes.
So the recognizing that the women, and that's where the progressive come from, the women's suffrage movement, the women had to say enough is enough. There's sometimes where the conservatives won't identify how the children were being abused, how the women were placed in an insane asylum without a voice, how all that was a debt on the land. If we do go back to our territory, our sisters were being kidnapped. Couldn't get home, man. Besides the lynching or the people being tossed off their land, that still comes from the progressive movement. That did not come from the Republican movement. Because for some reason that thing switched after, going into the early 1900s. And it was we had Red Summer, man. We had meccas, we had the businesses. We thought we were well. Something took place where they just started offending us. So I have to agree with y'all. We cannot afford to forget. And that's why our young people need to understand that yes, there's an opportunity, but before you got here, you should have saw what it was before. Don't live in the past. We're not living in the past. No other nationality, no other culture of people forget how they've been mistreated. They let their children know, so it won't happen again. Even if you look at the bearing of the arms, that's no more than those individuals who were kicked out of their country, left for dead, And they've made a pact to themselves. They will never get rid of their weapons to go through that trying time again. So we, as our people, I'm just saying this, and I'm not asking for anybody to side with me. We as our people, we come through a lot. We've come through a lot. We still don't really have a real placement at the table, but I have to do this. If my sister's sitting at the table, I still have to support her.
Right.
And that's what the Civil Rights Act was all about. If they don't see me and they only see her, I don't know why some of my other brothers say all of a sudden you think they're going to let you or let your voice be heard. They haven't let your voice be heard since who knows how long. So we come a long way, man. I just hate for us to, and Sister Lisa, I want to commend you because you're telling the truth. We get a woman in power, sometimes people lose their mind. Why? Why? What we should be doing is paying attention. Even if there is a hiccup and she might be going in the wrong direction, it doesn't matter. We still pay attention to the result of the issues of what they're pushing forward. Because and I like what you said, Tyrone, they get rid of homosexual first, right? Who next? Us.
Yep.
Us. We're next. So we have to somehow, some way, and Tyrone, I get it. I know how you feel about religion, so I'm not even going to bring that into it. But there's been an assault on our people, whereas then they really don't understand their authority to what they are entitled to. The closest thing we have for anybody to understand, and I like what you're saying, there is enough revenue to go around. What's that word when they give the money to other people? What they call it again? Reparations. They get reparations to all the other individuals they are fed. There is enough revenue. There's enough revenue. There is. And this is their way of, now I'm going to do it like this. When I say they, well, the power that be, I'm talking about corporate America, you know, the ones that don't want to, relinquish that money. It's our money, man. It's our money. But I'm saying this. So this Lisa, I said this to you about 3-4 years ago. Sometimes the sisters don't understand the civics, so their power of authority to what they have. They're waking up. They're starting to understand it now. Last thing I need to do is get in your way. I need to support you. And we don't know the outcome. No one knows the outcome. Nobody can tell what the future is. But one thing I'm not going to do is shame you. We're closer than we've ever been. That's what a lot of my brothers don't understand. We're closer than where we've been. And that's because of the Civil Rights Act. That's the women's movement. That's the progressive. We're closer than where we've been. So I'm grateful. I just had to put that in there. It's hard to explain sometimes. It's hard to see. Oh, we don't want to hear about all that history. And you got to go look at it, man. You got to look at it. Because even that woman was being violated, right? So something had to be done. So what do they do? Okay, so white woman say, hey, join us, sisters. Okay, it is what it is. Well, half of that, the joining is because of the abandonment of what men have done. The Social Security Act because of the labor laws, what they were doing to the children. But I'm saying we've come a long way. I'm grateful. There's a lot going on. I really don't understand what the hatred is about the progressive, but it's okay. All I know is I have to keep an eye on it. I have to keep an eye on it. It ain't easy. But I'm willing to stand for something. And yes, sister, I don't have to be a Democrat. I can be independent. Well said last week. Thank you. Appreciate it. You told the truth. But we'll hear about this on Saturday night as though we don't know what we're talking about again. We're just talking about the people who had laid down their lives for our advancement. They came from all directions. And yes, there were some Republican, but they weren't heard as loud as they're being heard now. And that's what it is, that they don't want to hear these women. Well, the women have a voice now. Let's see what they're talking about. Let's see what they're talking about. Hey, man, thank you for taking my call.
No problem, Brother G. Who's this other caller line I just opened? Whose line is that? Okay, well, hold on. Here's another caller. Whose line is this?
No, that's me.
Yeah, it's me, Colin. I'm back.
Can you hear me?
I'm back. Oh,
Okay.
and Big OC, sorry. Yeah, hey.
No, you could let whoever that was go before me. That's cool.
Okay, one of y'all go. Joe or Big OC?
Yeah, Big OC. Yeah, G take, man. Cool.
No, go ahead. I'm at this game, man.
Okay, well, go ahead, Joe.
Go ahead. I'm trying to get a bite.
I was going to say, something you guys have to take note of is this thing that 50 Cent is doing. I don't know if you've been paying attention to it. This is a big deal. You know, he's building a studio, GM Studios in Shreveport, and he bought up a bunch of properties in downtown. He's now a major property owner down there. So, you know, in my era, you know, I was in the era of the rap millionaire. You know, the whole goal in those days was to make a few $1,000s. And if you're lucky, make a million, like Run DMC and them. But now these young guys are in the era of the rap billionaire. And these guys are making moves. I'm impressed. I'm fucking impressed. You know, I mean, you know, they are changing the landscape. They are putting their mark on the landscape, which is the goal of anybody who's a visionary and a businessman, to put your mark on the landscape. And he's made his mark on Shreveport. He just had a big festival down there, and with a bunch of big names that came and performed, man. And a lot of people are bitching and moaning because he just spent $500,000 on police protection, but he had to. You know, I mean, as one guy put it, he had over $1 billion worth of black thought and black business around it. You have to protect that, and that means having police to do it. So yeah, keep an eye on this thing with 50 Cent. I mean, I don't know if you've been paying attention, man. It's a super big deal. You know, he's really, really making big waves down there.
In Louisiana?
Yeah, Shreveport.
Okay.
And Joe, can I say this? Joe, can I say this? Joe, can I say this? And if you look at 50 Cent, he turned around and said something to the point whereas in he needs to change his demeanor to how he look at life a little more better while dealing with women. Yeah, catch that one. He said, I need to be celibate a little while so I can really find out who I am. There's a lot of stuff that happened in my life. He's thinking now.
Well, people grow up, man. That guy, what, is he 50? He 50 something, damn near 60, ain't he? So he had to grow up sometime.
No, he ain't damn near 60. He's got to be like the early 50s, maybe late 40s, early 50s.
But he understands how this business works now.
My point is, he had to grow up.
He's thinking like a businessman. Yeah.
He grew up. He grew up.
Yeah. You can't be young all your life. You can't walk around here like Kanye all the time.
No, he's still petty. He's still petty. He's still a troll, but he grew up. That's what I was seeing in him. He grew up.
Man, them niggas ain't done nothing. We only see what we see. We only see what they show you. Them niggas in the club every night throwing money in the air behind hoes and shit. And you still doing the same old thing. You defending that world. They out there. They got publishers and people to play it to make us say exactly what y'all saying, because that's what they present to you. If you see the real 50 Cent, then they still acting a fool.
Say that again. I didn't hear. I missed part of what you said.
What I'm saying is 50 Cent is an entity now where it pays for them to make sure his image looks a particular way. But that's to everybody who's looking at it from where they're presenting that information. But if you know to know, that nigga's still acting a fool. And until we hear 50 Cent caught up in the shooting, then we'll fall back to, well, you know that nigga's a gangster. It's coming. It's only a matter of time. You can't leave what you are at the end of the day.
Damn, Big OC, show the man some love. Give him some credit.
No. I don't. Like I said, I ain't following behind no rappers, man. Yeah. I'm not following behind no goofy ass rappers, man, and nothing that they do. I know them niggas are goofy. I did security for rappers for a lot of years. Them niggas are goofy in real life. I'm not. Good for him. Good for him, whatever he's doing. But you know, build some learning institutions. Man. At the end of the day, if you want my praise, to me,
yeah, well, I agree with you to an extent, Big OC. But you know, I guess I see it a little differently because he's hiring people that I know, you know, from the neighborhood here. So I'm seeing both sides of it. I'm seeing what's happening inside and outside. And it's like, look, you know, he's getting advice and advised by people who are getting him to think bigger than just a rap song, you know. And at the end of the day, I admire that big thinking. Now, as a person, he may not be the nicest guy, you know. I don't know him personally. I just know people that work with him. And so from what I understand, he puts his people on. That I got love for. If you're going to do something, put your people on. Those that are qualified, let them do it. You know, but at the end of the day, man, you know, the guy's thinking big. He ain't thinking like, well, you know, I'm going to get this record company. No. He bought up a bunch of real estate in this town and said, I'm going to put my own damn movie studio down there and make my own films. The balls of that alone, to me, is something you got to give him a hand, you know, a clap on the back. Like, damn, that's a ballsy move. You know, I mean, we always complain about having our own, all right? Now he got a guy that's making a move to get it. So what do? Do you support the dude or do you ban?
Yeah, but you know, there's some truth to both. Wait a minute, there's some truth to both. There's some truth to what both of you guys are saying because it was just in the news. I watched this channel. What is the name of that channel? Comedy Hype, and I just seen this dude Damon Dash. He having to auction off stuff and sell stuff because he was running around here talking about how rich he was, and come to find out he owed $8.7 million in taxes. He's got to sell off part of Rockefeller Records and all this kind of stuff, but you would never know unless this stuff came out about that person. But I ain't saying 50 Cent is like that. I think 50 Cent got a better head on his shoulder than this guy.
because you know, Tyrone, we thought Jay-Z owned the Brooklyn Nets.
Jay-Z did what?
We thought Jay-Z owned the Brooklyn Nets. Remember
Oh,
that?
yeah. When he went up there and put on that front.
Like I said.
Yeah.
They present the shit how they want to present the shit, and we take it how we take it. We want to be happy for these niggas, but you know, I think they make money in the advertisement of what they're doing because it's the clicks and the looks and the follows. They can just put the story out there and it sounds good enough, so let's go with it. And until we find out down the line it was some bullshit, but they done made all the money they need to make and got all the publicity out of it that they needed. So you know, win-win.
Yeah, I remember that.
To me, I think it's a numbers game, right?
Yeah,
a numbers game now. And they know.
But you know, I ain't gonna hit on the man for making no moves though. Now, if he's doing what Joe said he's doing.
Nah. We ain't nobody hating on him, but I'm just saying, you know, let's wait till that onion gets fully peeled. And good for 50 Cent, and good for the people that are getting hired. But hopefully, niggas don't start shooting around there. That's all I'm saying. Because he already beefing. He was already into some internet shit with Hurricane Chris. Joe, you see that little beef?
No, but like Lisa said, you know, 50 Cent still being petty now. He on his TikTok or Instagram or whatever he doing talking shit now. I see them little things, but I ain't seen nothing recent.
That's what I'm saying. But
I saw the beef.
If Joe know about Singapore, you know them little niggas down there really be getting active.
Yeah, I saw the beef, but I got a feeling though, you know, at the end of the day, you know, there's going to be a lot of guys like Hurricane Chris that never took advantage of the opportunity that they was born into, bro, and they're going to be mad about it, you know. And I know, you know, a lot of folks is mad because he's bringing people from here, from my neighborhood down there to run shit. And so, you know, they basically invaded that town and took over, you know, and in a gangster-like fucking move. It ain't going to go down easy. There's going to be folks that's going to be unhappy. But at the end of the day, man, you know, if you're not taking advantage of your own resources in your own neighborhood and somebody come along, can you be mad at that?
No, but you know what's weird, Joe, is look at how we discuss black business. You know what I'm saying? Look at how our business, like the discussion we have, we're talking about a ex dope dealer /killer / whatever the fuck he said he was. But now we're talking about his business exploits and this shit. It's like, man, where's the stories about regular niggas that come up and hit it big? You know what I'm saying? That didn't sell dope and make rap music and you know, all this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Because honestly, man, celebrities, man, I had almost enough of them, to be honest with you.
But wouldn't y'all say this is a slap in the face to Tyler Perry?
Just slap in the face to Tyler Perry. What'd you say?
Wouldn't y'all say this is a slap in the face to Tyler Perry, what 50 Cent is doing? And
Why would you say that?
Tyler Perry left Louisiana to go to Atlanta and build his recording studios. Whereas 50 Cent said, hey, I'm doing all these shows in New York City, high taxes and licenses to do those shows, right? He went to Chicago, same thing. Atlanta, Georgia, same thing. Well, I take that back. I don't know how the taxes are in Atlanta, Georgia, but they may not be as high as New York and Chicago. So you built a recording studio in Louisiana to lower taxes, lower licenses fees and all this, that, or whatever. And you put people on from the city and the surrounding areas. It's actually build up Shreveport, Louisiana. I don't know how the school system is down there, but some of that money is going to benefit those people down there. You feel me? In the surrounding area.
And you saying Tyler Perry didn't do too good in Louisiana?
What I'm saying is he didn't do shit in his city, in his state. He went to Atlanta, Georgia, and built the old Confederate Army base, where they actually been doing films down there since forever. I think they did one of my favorite shows, The Walking Dead, down there.
They did.
At that same, you're right, at the same place that he purchased some years ago. He didn't do it for his own state. He went to another state to do something, to get a recording studio. And just make this clear. Tyler Perry does he that dude or whatever woo woo, but he wasn't the first black person to do it.
Well, I don't know. Didn't Danny Glover say that Tyler Perry like getting his booty clapped?
Don't say that. We don't know that to be true.
Well, there's a room allegedly.
Hey, none of my business. No do I care.
I don't care. I don't care about it. I like Tyler Perry, so don't say that, Tyrone.
Well, that's what the word on the street is. So I don't know.
Yeah, I guess it's just, let's take a wait and see. But I mean, I admire the brother's balls, man. I mean, that's a bold ass move, to just go say, I'm gonna build a studio and do it. He's breaking ground on it. It ain't not like it ain't like what's his name, Umar's Frederick Douglass Academy that he's been trying to launch for years now. No, he's breaking ground on it. He bought the property downtown. And that news, I was watching the news in Shreveport where they outlined the properties he bought. And I'm like, damn, okay, he's got a plan. Somewhere along that line, he's got a plan. Now, it's going to be interesting to see whether it transforms Shreveport or whether it just all goes up in smoke. I don't know. But I admire the brother's balls. He's thinking bigger than a lot of people. Yeah.
No Diddy.
No Diddy. I wish the brother, but in a sense, he took a page out of Tyler Perry's playbook. Because 50 Cent from New York, so he's doing it up there in Shreveport. But so he took a page out of Tyler Perry's book. Because I remember Tyler Perry, when he was starting out doing all that stuff down up in Georgia, and building up all that stuff. And then by the time you turn around and look, and he was like, he did all of that. And it's kind of like he kind of did it under the radar, but not really under the radar. And it looks just like what 50 Cent is doing. He took a page out of Tyler's playbook. And I ain't mad at it. I hope it all works out for him. I really do. I hope it all works out for him. I mean, he's able to build something like what Tyler did. I do. I do. I'm not the biggest 50 Cent fan, but I hope that it works out for him and he's able to do that. Because that would, in a sense, that would be so much more than say like what P. Diddy did, what P. Diddy has done. So, as Jay-Z too, in a sense. So, I want it to work out for him. I do.
Oh, that's it. Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
do
feel
too.
the same way.
You know,
I hope it helps the
I was going to say,
people
you know,
around the
yeah.
area. Listen,
Yeah. Well, I got a feeling he will. Yeah. Yeah, I got a feeling he will because, you know, they were talking about an Uber driver that was making money, you know, transporting all these people to this festival, and a black Uber driver. So there's going to be, I got a feeling there's going to be black restaurants. There's going to be a support system for a studio like that. Because I saw it in Baton Rouge when they started opening the movie studios there. Then you started getting the caterers, the lights, the sound guys, and all that eventually coming to support the studio. The studio didn't do it by itself. But in that case, it was white businesses instead of black businesses. So this is a black studio. Hopefully, it stimulates black business in that area and gets other people to think big too. You know, but like
Now, when you say studio with 50 Cent,
yeah.
I'm thinking music. You talking about like a TV, like Tyler Perry doing? Is that the kind of studio?
Yes.
Oh, I ain't know
Yes.
50 Cent was into all of that. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, boy, when he got a chance to work with that stars and understand how that goes and get the writers, he understands the program now. Why not? Why not put my money up to see what I can do?
Okay.
And I like the idea of what you're saying, generating some type of currency within that area. Something got to be done.
I agree. I'm wishing him well. If he's following the right formula, it worked out for Tyler, and I'm hoping it worked out for him too. I really
Well,
do.
Tyler Perry used black exploitation. I know people like Tyler Perry, but he walked around with
he did.
Yes, he did too. He walked around as a mad fat black woman in a dress with a gun. That's what got him got him where he at now. So
yeah, but the thing is, it's where he's at now. He had an audience for that though, Tyrone.
But that's black exploitation. I mean, he don't do it now.
So?
He don't. I think he got away from the Medea stuff.
No,
but
he
used that to come up. That angry black person that's going to shoot you and all that kind of.
But he had an audience though. But
the stupid ass black people. I watched like two. I watched like 2 Tyler Perry shows and I laughed till my side was hurting. And then it dawned on me what these people was doing, and I couldn't watch no more. So, but he's funny now. I ain't gonna lie, it's funny as shit, you know. But
he had an audience for it, and I'm just looking at what he does now. He employs a lot of people. He some of his work he needs to do better, bringing some more writers for a lot of his things. But he employs a lot of people. He's done a lot of great things there.
Yeah, I can't take that away from him. But you know the way he got there was
an audience.
Yeah.
But he had an audience though. He had an audience for it.
He did it with stereotypical black shit, you know, that people talk shit about us at, the cussing and the yelling and all that stuff. That's what he came up on, you know. And it worked for him. I can't hate on him. Yeah.
It worked. A lot of people like it. A lot of it is not my cup of tea. But like when they were razzing him on his latest movie, like the deal he has with those movies on Netflix, people were razzing him over that. That movie shot straight to #1 on Netflix.
Well, now Tyler Perry at the point now to where he got so much money that he's not gonna make any flops. Not flops.
No.
He's smart enough to know how to make these things now.
But the people said it wasn't good. He needs better writers. But even with all of that, when the numbers came out, he still shot to #1 on Netflix and brought in all them views. But I still say he needs more better writers and things like that. But if he say my formula is working, don't fix it. If it's working, don't fix it. I don't necessarily agree with that.
Yeah.
But when people were tearing him up, and when the Netflix numbers came out, he was like, "Now what y'all gotta say?"
Yeah, I haven't touched that dude in a long time. But that's just me. That's just me.
Yeah. Y'all forget he has a core audience.
He got all them people that came up in the church and all of that stuff.
And y'all gotta remember too, Netflix heavily promotes gay content. So as long as there's somebody gay and there's some type of gay influence, Netflix is running it. If you pay attention.
No, but that movie ain't had no gay influence in it. that didn't have no gay influence.
I'm just saying Tyler Perry in general.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but the movie
His streams on
no
Netflix,
gay.
his streams on Netflix and all that. Think about it. Every show you watch on Netflix, for the most part, got some gay in it.
It do, and there's more of that nowadays. Big OC, even with DC Comics, I couldn't believe it. Because I'm at the point now to where I'm watching DC series, and I'm watching Aqualad kiss another dude in the cartoon format. And I'm like, what in the world is going on? But there's gay everywhere on that stuff.
Yeah.
Look now, don't be feeding ABC shows now. Don't be feeding the shows.
I'm not hating on it. I'm not hating on it
all these
because
clips.
I'm not hating on it because this generation is growing up accepting that stuff, and who am I to sit up here and complain about what they accept? I'm gonna open these lines. I'm gonna open these lines, y'all.
Q&A session is over. All participants are unmuted.
Do you feel better if Tyler Perry or 50 Cent opened the chicken joint? Would that make y'all happy? I mean, that seems to be
I don't hate on them guys, man.
Yeah,
Shit.
I would appreciate that. Yeah, I would be better if it was a chicken joint. Yeah. And I know you believe that too. It'd be better if it was a couple
You're gonna be wondering what one of them spices are. Then you're gonna be wondering what those herbs and spices are.
Yeah, right.
The secret sauce.
Nah, let 50 Cent do his thing, man. I'm proud of them guys, man.
If they could get it done, I more power to them. I want them to get it done.
I want the last thing I heard about 50 Cent doing a movie is he said he was gonna do a movie about P. Diddy. I'm waiting on that.
He trolling.
I think
it was
trolling. Nah, he was trolling. He was trolling. Yeah,
he ain't gonna do no movie.
He's trolling.
I thought they said that he stole the script and everything. Y'all sure that was
he's trolling?
Oh, well, that's a disappointment. I was waiting on that.
Listen. Y'all have to understand 50 Cent. This is the man that went to it, that brought front rows of Ja Rule's concert, and nobody showed up.
I don't like Ja Rule. I don't blame him. If I had the money, I would do the same thing. He tried to imitate Tupac.
No.
Fuck Ja Rule.
Ja Rule was hot back in the day, man. Y'all got to give it to him.
After he tried to copy Tupac.
Before he went to jail, he was hot. Yeah.
Yeah. But here's the thing. Everybody imitates. Damn near everybody. Okay, so Andre 3000, back in the day, one of the hardest rappers ever, right? To this day, people still imitate him, his style, to a degree. If you want to keep it a buck, I even go and say, damn, punk-ass Kanye, try to steal some of his style. Tyler, the creator, admitted.
I just don't like Ja Rule.
Man, listen, back in the day, Ja Rule was a hit maker, bro. I gotta say it. I ain't gonna lie to you or nobody else. Fuck it, that nigga was...
Ain't thinking about Ja Rule. I never did like Ja Rule.
Oh, wait a minute, let me say
he had a movie career. He was on his way. He had a movie career, music, all that.
He ruined it.
Okay, I'm gonna tell y'all that. Yes, 50 Cent was trolling, but according to TMZ, he sold the P. Diddy documentary to Netflix. I told y'all that was no troll. I told he was trolling, but he meant that. He sold it to Netflix.
That's the ultimate troll.
Okay. So because he claimed that he was going to do a documentary, Netflix couldn't do one because 50 Cent has already said he was going to do one. So he had to sell. Well, that's smart.
He sold it. They purchased the rights to it. Netflix. So it started.
And he ain't came up with shit. He sold it. That is smart.
No, if he sold it, he gonna have to. Because you talking about Netflix. You can't just troll them like that. So it started out as trolling, but then he came up with I guess he did all the things he's gonna do. I'm gonna put all this together, and they had a bidding war, and Netflix won. So it's real. I thought that was real.
Oh, that's some ultimate shit there. Ultimate troll shit.
That's an ultimate troll.
Yeah,
And
where's
he
all them
made a bunch of money off it too.
Where's all them P Diddy fans at now?
So yeah, and all of them reported. All of them reported on it. He sold it because Netflix won the bidding war, so he sold it. And see how you start off with a troll, and then he was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna do this." Put this. I don't know if he put the whole thing together, but whatever he put out, this is what I'm doing. And they had a bidding war, and Netflix, and they pay big money. Netflix, they won the bid. So I told y'all that it turned real. It started out as a troll, but it turned real.
Netflix, they need to do a documentary on Netflix, period.
So he gonna make money off that.
Well, if he sold it, he made money then.
Yeah, he sold it. He sold it to Netflix, and they're gonna put it. They're gonna do it for him. So he sold
It's gonna be another surviving R. Kelly ordeal.
Now that surviving R. Kelly was enlightening. I watched that. That was eye opening. The documentary about Michael Jackson was eye opening. Elisa, you need to watch that.
What's it
I'm
on?
not watching
Oh shit, Tyrone. I need to raid your archives. I'm gonna do an ABC and Sarge documentary. Talking about all the stuff that they had predicted over the years that didn't come true. I need to raid your archives, man. I need to come stay with you for about a week and put this thing together. You good with that?
I wouldn't watch. I wouldn't even throw my dog poop on ABC and Sarge documentary. I would not watch that, and I don't reckon anybody else watch it.
Surviving Sarge and ABC.
Surviving Sarge and ABC. Nah.
Call it the MAGA, Call it the MAGA and their craziness, man. Highlighting, the let's see, I call it the fallacy of the black conservative,
Surviving Benoit balls.
See, there you go with that, miss.
There you go. Yeah. Hey, have you seen this guy on YouTube, Reese Waters? I like his show too. He's pretty good. Reese Waters is pretty funny. Yeah.
I like him too.
Yeah, I think that's who Lisa was talking about last week.
Yeah, Reese Waters. Yeah, he has the racist of the week.
Yeah, he's the one that used to be a conservative, right?
I don't know.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Let me Google him. Yeah, I might be talking about somebody different.
But he is so funny when he does that.
Yeah, he's
especially
funny.
the little snippet that he does when he talks about when Trump then was talking about his speech. The speech that he gave was bigger than the crowd. Martin Luther King.
Oh no, this ain't the guy. Yeah.
He put in that little snippet with somebody told a lie one day. Reese is hilarious. I like him.
He's hilarious. He's funny.
Like him.
Yeah, I watch him though, but that ain't the guy we're talking about.
Yeah.
He lives
Speaking
here.
of which,
he lives in D.C.
Okay. Yeah. Speaking of which, did you hear that fucked up comment that Jesse Waters made on Fox about Kamala Harris? About how
the general's going to be in the back room, taking advantage of her and all that.
Yeah, having their way with her. I'm like, what is this, man? What is this mess? How can people,
Fox News should be taken off of the air. That ain't even they shouldn't even attach news to their name. I don't even know why they so popular. I do know why they popular because of racist white America.
Oh, didn't they take the news off their name? I thought they did.
No, they still call themselves Fox News.
Okay, so the reason why they probably can't do it is because you get the other Fox network that came out in the 90s.
Now Fox is big. Fox is everywhere. Rupert Murdoch, man. I mean, that's a genius, man. I don't know what else to say. He's a racist, but he's a genius. I can't take nothing from him when he couldn't make him money.
But they say that their affiliates are real news stations. But they said that like Fox and Friends and that show they have on that's entertainment. That's how they say that the affiliates are news, but not them.
Yeah, but it just kind of blows my mind that all these guys have to defend the indefensible. it's always going to be an explanation. He was joking. He wasn't serious. Y'all took it out of context. Blah 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 blah. These guys bend themselves into contortions to justify, their support, and I don't get it. I don't get it.
Well, yeah, I don't get it either. How people still watching that crap? It's just crap. That's all it is. Crap, crap, crap.
Yeah, but then you have people that will play Candace Owens clips, and stuff because Candace Owens has good information, and we want to share that good information with the people.
Well, she's a raccoon. And that Judge Janine Pirro, I can't even believe she was a judge. Jeez, that lady is nuts.
Well, Joe Brown was a judge.
He's a nut too.
Yeah, I can't believe. And he's another nut. Yeah.
Hey, according to some folks, yeah, he has good information. And I'm sharing that good information with the people. Y'all need to know.
Because it aligns with their psychopathic views, man. They crazy. All of them people that agree with each other is kind of crazy. They don't use no logical thinking. They don't reason. They do no process of deduction of trying to find the truth. They're just stupid. They're just dumb. ABC is one of the dumbest motherfuckers that I ever met as an adult. I'm sorry, ABC, but you are. I ain't never seen nobody so stupid. Jesus Christ, that boy is stupid.
Stupid is, stupid does.
He would call in here right now and say some of the dumbest shit. The other week we were talking about Kamala Harris's race, and he was like, "How you know she black? How you know she black?" I'm like, "What? Are you serious, nigga?" She said it. If she said it, that's good with me.
But the Republicans are going back to the Dred Scott decision to justify her not being on the ballot, right?
I seen that, but that was a racist. That was I didn't pay it no attention because it was like a racist group proposing some bullshit like that, right? They really ain't taking that stand serious, are
they? Well, you tell me. They brought it up. They put it out there.
Let me find out. Because I didn't pay no attention because it was like a racist group that said it, and I said, okay, well, that ain't gonna be on their platform.
But this is the kind of thing that Sarge will run with. She's not a natural born citizen, all that mess like that. So, it's like, yeah, there's going to be folks that are going to run with that. That's why they put it out there.
Wait a minute, I missed that. What about the Dred Scott decision? What?
Basically, it said black people are not citizens, so they can't technically run for office because according to the Dred Scott decision, we're not citizens.
Oh. That sounds about right.
Oh, no, I seen you this article, Lisa. But I don't think they're going to make it part of their platform. It's just these racists are saying that.
Well, that's something. Aren't they a little too late? They let Barack be.
Well, and then that same discussion, they saying that he won't never qualify to be president. They sounded like Sarge.
Yeah, yeah. That sounds about right. Just terrible. Well, I'm gonna go because I gotta get up in the morning. You all have at it. It's been fun. It's been good.
Okay.
And I'll talk to you guys next week.
I appreciate it, Miss Lisa, and I sent you that thing, so you can just look over it.
Okay.
And where's Jay New York? Man, Jay New York been missing, man. Yeah, where you at, Jay? You traveling or what, man? Call in, buddy.
Jay putting in that hard work, getting that work done. Him and Sarge ain't been around here lately either. Him and Sarge probably met up and knocked each other out or something.
Whenever Sarge's candidate starts losing, Sarge gets scared. Remember January 6th, he didn't call for like 2 weeks after that and all that. Sarge knows when to get scared and when not to.
Yeah, Sarge straight up. He straight up disappeared after the election. They ain't hear from Sarge. I had Howard calling me, "Where's Sarge, motherfucker? I don't know." Shit. Sarge just straight up ran after the election, after Trump lost.
after they put out the Dred Scott thing, that came from the Heritage Foundation.
No, I was just looking it
That
up.
and the 2025 project, they both came from the Heritage Foundation that they're running on.
No, I just looked it up. I think it was some racist group, Antoinette. Let me find it again.
Yeah, the Heritage Group Foundation, they're racist. But I think I heard where
You sure that's
Trump
what it was?
already put it out. Pardon me?
You sure that was the Harrison Group?
I thought.
Yes, the Heritage Foundation.
Foundation? Oh, okay. I'm looking that up. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Okay, you lying
No, it
bastard. You
says.
gonna let me straighten your bullshit out or not?
Hold on. It says the National Federation of Republicans Assemblies. That's the group that is proposing all that crazy stuff, Antoinette.
Yeah.
All right. You gonna let me straighten out your bullshit or not?
The NF. Wait a minute. Hold on, I'm talking. I'll let you talk. I'll let you scream all you want. Do it.
Yeah, I know you're talking. Yeah, you babbling.
Jesus Christ. The NFRA is the group that proposes this Dred Scott stuff. But Sarge, how you doing tonight, man? You doing okay?
I'm doing fine. I hope you're doing well. Cause I'm about to kick your motherfucking ass. Anytime I kick your motherfucker's ass, I feel good.
Okay, that's fine.
So anytime I'm about ready to whoop a motherfucker's ass, I feel fantastic.
Don't yell.
Hey,
Please
Tyrone.
don't yell.
Hey, what's up, Big Woo?
I'm not yelling.
Please.
I'm not yelling. I try to get a word in edgeways. I'm not yelling.
Hey, this is the
I'm
surviving Sarge
asking
I
you
was
not
telling you
to,
about.
please.
I don't have a small inner voice. One of these days I may develop one, but right now I don't have it. This is the best I can do.
Okay. So yeah, man.
All right, now let me explain something to you here, Tyrone.
Okay.
And because you constantly distort what I say. Since that's the only thing you can do is to distort what I say. Now I may have misheard this a minute ago, but did someone just say I said that the Dred Scott decision meant that forever black people cannot be citizens? Did I just hear somebody say that Sarge said that?
No,
or did I mishear it?
No, I didn't say that, Sarge.
Okay, well, I didn't say anything remotely like that.
Yeah, nobody said that. Nobody said
there was a 13th Amendment and a 14th Amendment, and that put all that in a cocked hat. That's the reason for it. But let me explain to you the reasons I say, well, see, here's the problem with this Kamala Harris thing and its eligibility. And this is what's so distortive about the whole damn thing. Well, we can't even begin to get to the truth about it. You know why? Because people keep conflating the 14th Amendment and Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5. And one has nothing to do with the other. The 14th Amendment did not affect in any way whatever the framers intended it to mean in 1789 when they ratified it. So whatever the meaning is, whether it's the one that I believe it means or you believe it means, it is unchanged. The 14th Amendment did not affect it at all because we had 17 presidents that became president and were considered to be eligible before the 14th Amendment was passed, and the 14th Amendment makes no reference to Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5. So there's no way you can say that it does, but people keep saying the 14th Amendment would make her a citizen, so therefore she's eligible to run for president. That's not true. Now let me give you an example as to why it's not true. It's a concrete example that just happened a couple of weeks ago, rather a month ago. There's a gentleman in Virginia. He's of Iranian descent. He was a doctor. He is a doctor. Who is that fool? You're going to have to stop him now because, I got something to say here that's relevant and
okay, well, listen, go ahead and say it.
And it has nothing to do, with my opinion. It just happened, and it has to do with citizenship. Now, there's an Iranian doctor with a thriving medical practice for over 20 years. He's an upstanding citizen. He's the kind of immigrant you want to have in the country, the kind of guy you want to attract. But guess what? Immigration revoked his citizenship. You want to know why? Because even though he was born legally in the country, he was born in Walter Reed Medical Hospital, legally, 62 years ago, legally. But he was not an American citizen under the 14th Amendment. You want to know why? Because his parents were diplomats, and they mistakenly recorded him as a 14th Amendment citizen. Now, what that means is diplomats can never be subject to the total jurisdiction of the United States because they are diplomats. In fact, they have immunity from any law they would break in the country. Total immunity. The only thing the United States can do to a diplomat who does that is kick him out of the country. Revoke the credentials and kick him out of the country. And as a member of the diplomat's immediate family, he was subject to diplomatic immunity. Now, this was a bureaucratic mistake, and he relied upon the words of the bureaucrats who fucked up and made him an American citizen. So what they did was to put him on a fast-track naturalization, and he got naturalized really quickly. But the point is they did not ignore the fact that he was an illegal alien. They set about correcting the mistake after doing it the way they should have. Now, why do I say this matters with regard to Kamala Harris? Well, let me explain to you. And again, this is a 14th Amendment issue, which has nothing to do with presidential eligibility. Nothing. But I'm going to explain. In the case of Kamala Harris, how it might be relevant. Her father was here on a work visa. Her mother was here on her father was here on a student visa. Her mother was here on a work visa. They were temporary sojourners. They were not subject in any way to the total jurisdiction of the United States because they weren't permanent residents. They were here on temporary visas to work and to go to school. And the 14th Amendment says you have to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And the people who wrote the 14th Amendment said that's got to be the total jurisdiction, not just the jurisdiction that you can't break a law for jaywalking or you can't break a law for theft. That means you got to be subject to everything anybody else is subject to. And a person on a temporary visa, for instance, could not be conscripted into the armed forces of the United States, unlike a permanent resident alien who thousands of them were drafted into the armed forces in World War I and World War II. Because they were subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, even though they weren't citizens.
Could you please
now the question is, would that apply to Kamala Harris? And what we are asking the courts to do is to examine the matter and give us their opinion.
Could you please lower your volume? I have it at the lowest possible, and it is very loud.
Well, I wanted to. I'm going to get that small inner voice. I don't have it right now, but I'm going to try. But again, they do not. They did not ignore the Constitution nor the immigration laws of the United States. They corrected their mistake. And I submit to you that Kamala Harris's parents are in a similar position to the diplomats who could not confer citizenship on their child. Now, that has only to do with whether or not she's even a citizen. It has nothing whatsoever to do with whether or not she is an Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5, natural born citizen eligible to be president or vice president.
Sir,
Y'all just throwing anything at the wall. Just throwing anything at the wall.
Okay, so I'm glad that you finished. Let me say this right here.
Now, wait a minute. Now, if you disagree with anything I just said, why don't you let me know what it is?
Sir, what
Instead of just saying it's not true.
You're born here? What happened to if you're born here?
Antoinette,
then you're automatically an American citizen.
Antoinette.
Now, I just gave you an example of a man who was born here legally.
Yeah,
I just gave you an example of
Okay,
it,
sorry,
but he was
listen.
not a citizen. I
Okay,
just
sorry.
gave you a sterling example of being born here legally and
sorry,
still
can you-
not being a United States citizen.
Sarge, listen, you're talking over me, and I'm trying to host my show. Can you please shut the hell up right quick? Thank you so much.
She asked me a question. I just tried to
I'm
answer.
getting ready to answer Antoinette. Antoinette, all
Weren't
you
her
have to do-
parents here
Okay.
legally?
Okay, so
Why
hold
are you
on for a
bringing
minute,
up the
guys.
example
I'm trying to
somebody
answer the
who
question.
wasn't-
So
who
Sarge,
was
all
here
that stuff Sarge
illegally?
said, let's put that to the side for a second. All you got to do is look at your computer screen, right? And regardless of what Sarge said, the Constitution is the Constitution. The 14th Amendment of the United States of America Constitution grants citizenship to all people born or naturalized in the country and provides equal protection under the law to all citizens. So, to discount what Sarge said altogether, the 14th Amendment says because Kamala Harris was born in California, she is automatically a citizen. And I'm going to go further. Let me finish. I'm going to go further. This is Reuters. Sarge just repeated this bullshit going around on social media, and Reuters fact-checked it. Kamala Harris is eligible to be president despite the misleading post. And the post said exactly what Sarge said. I'm going to tell you what, when Sarge first came on, this is what he said. An Instagram post shared an image that says Kamala Harris cannot be a natural-born citizen per Article 2, Section 1, Part 5 of the United States Constitution. That's the bullshit that Sarge just repeated whenever he came on this air with his goddamn conspiracies. Now, the article goes on.
No, wait, there was nothing I said that had to do with anything about a conspiracy.
I'll let you talk for 10 damn minutes.
Oh, come on, that's silly.
I know
you just said something
Shut
silly.
the fuck up, nigga. Now,
it had nothing to do. It had to do with the status of her parents. It had nothing to do with conspiracies.
Okay, can I please finish with what
now,
I'm saying?
you know what, Tyrone? You did a very
Can I
good
please
thing.
finish with what I'm saying?
You did an
it's not gonna take that
excellent
much
thing.
longer. Okay, so what I'm trying to tell people is these people are getting their source from social media, and they're coming on here and they're going everywhere repeating these conspiracies. The article goes on.
I'm looking at precedent.
Can I please? Sorry, come on, man.
I'm not getting in social media.
Okay, let me finish. I'm going to go on. The article goes on to say what I just said about the 14th Amendment. It is plain and simple, guys. What the 14th Amendment says is how you become a citizen in the United States. Whether that her parents was not citizens or not, I have to Google that and I'm gonna find out whether they was, if they was here on a visa and all that kind of stuff, because he's probably lying about that too. But even if they
were here illegally, they can still if they're born here. That's why you had all the Mexicans.
Yes, exactly. That's all I'm trying to say, Miss
crossing
Lady.
the border, and they in labor when they cross the border. They drop a baby. An hour after they cross the border, their babies become citizens.
That's exactly what the 14th Amendment says, and that's why Kamala Harris is a citizen of the United States of America. All that bullshit that Sarge just said is bullshit, and that's why I call y'all stupid, because you just repeat.
I know you're kind of illiterate, Tyrone, but you need to go back and read Section 1 of the 14th Amendment, the very first sentence. And this is what it says. Let me just read. Let me not give you my opinion. Let me read to you what it says, because you're apparently illiterate. It says, section, I don't give a damn. I'm reading the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. He didn't read. He read somebody's interpretation of it. Let me read what the words are. That's not the words in Section 1. All persons born or naturalized in the United States. Now listen to the two-part test. It doesn't say or. It doesn't say yes, because you're yes. I am kind of screaming because you're determined not to hear the truth. Because that's not what the 14th Amendment says when you put on the screen. I'm looking at the Constitution and reading what it says. It says, all persons born or naturalized in the United States. Notice the two-part test. They don't use the word or. They use the word and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Now, how do we know what that phrase, subject to the jurisdiction thereof? Well, we can know by looking at John Bingham, who was the author of the 14th Amendment. And in the debate on the 14th Amendment on the floor of Congress, he said that subject to the jurisdiction meant subject to the total jurisdiction of the United States, not a partial subjugation or subjectivity. Complete total jurisdiction, which can only be satisfied by permanent residency or being a citizen.
Okay, so let me just say this right here. I got the Constitution on the screen, and Sarge cannot read.
So to read what it actually says, and not that stupid thing you put up there.
This is why I mute you. I didn't cut you off. And Sarge cannot read. I got the Constitution on the screen. All persons born or naturalized in the United States, comma. Kamala Harris was born in the United States of America, period. She was born here. And then he said, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens of the United States of America, right? So what that means is because she was born here, she is a citizen, and she was in a damn jurisdiction, which was California. She is subject to the laws of the goddamn land. Sarge trying to twist and twirl this goddamn comment to say something that it don't fucking say. Sorry, I'm not gonna argue with you about this shit. This is some MAGA fucking low IQ argument that you're trying to have with me, and it's fucking 8th grade language right here on the goddamn screen that your fucking old fucking MAGA ass can't read, motherfucker. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I just read directly from the United States Constitution. You inserted a comma in there that does not exist. And what you are failing to notice in there is that they say they don't say they are natural born citizens, says they are citizens. A naturalized citizen is a citizen, but not natural born. Neither is a 14th Amendment citizen. They are not natural born. Without the 14th Amendment, Kamala Harris wouldn't even be a citizen.
Okay, well, this is all I got to say. 3 words.
I mean, I know you want to ignore reality and truth and fact, but that's the way it is.
Okay,
that's why we need to have it settled by an Article 3 court.
Okay, so
and we get a final definitive position, because in 248 years of the United States, no Article 3 court has ever directly examined this issue on the merits. Not one.
Okay, so please listen.
Why not now?
Please listen to these 5 words I got to say to you, okay? Pay attention. I want everybody to pay attention. We are not going back. That's it. We are not.
Okay, and you always talk about you.
I don't.
Yeah, you always talk about me. I'm the one that don't care about what the Constitution says.
She gonna be.
Now you're saying you don't give a fuck what it says. We just ain't gonna go back because we want it to be this way.
She gonna be your president.
I don't want to hear you talking that shit to me anymore. When you come tell me how I ain't got no respect for the Constitution.
She gonna be your president, so deal with it. I don't know what.
Okay, whatever.
She gonna be your president. We are not going back. Sorry, we're not going back.
14th Amendment has nothing whatsoever to do with Article 2, whatever it meant in 1789. There's nothing whatsoever to do with it.
Ain't that what Kamala Harris said? We are not going back. We are not going back.
When you keep citing the 14th Amendment like it affects Article 2. And it does.
Sorry, she's a citizen.
Sorry.
God damn, she's a citizen.
When she was running for presidency? That's the bullshit right there. Where's the argument when Joe Biden made her the vice president?
Exactly.
Where's the argument for all this bullshit then?
There you go.
Joe Biden didn't make her the vice president. Again, Joe Biden didn't make her the vice president. That's not the way the vice president is made. The vice president is elected separately from the president. They get their own set of electoral votes. Joe Biden cannot make Kamala Harris the vice president. There's separate elections for president and vice president. I hope you understand that.
He wants to argue, and because we said all that, we took Miss Lady's time, so I'm going to ask Miss Lady to go ahead and speak now. So if you're on the phone, Miss Lady, you can go ahead and speak. I guess she's not there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, Sarge, what court is going to hear this?
I don't know if any will ever hear. They're scared to death of it. They're scared of it more to death than anything else.
The people.
Look, you ain't got to look. You don't have to tell me the uphill battle we're facing to get this into Article 3 court. I'm perfectly aware of it. We've been trying to get an Article 3 court to hear this issue since 2008, and we've had no success.
We going to judge.
So yeah, we know how difficult it is, Joe. I'm not denying the difficulty of getting it examined, but it has never been examined on the merit in any Article 3 court in the 248 years of the United States.
Sarge, there are 2 people talking.
You asked me a question, sir. I answered it succinctly.
Okay, but let other people talk.
Yeah,
don't talk over people.
No, I hear 2 people.
You didn't really want an answer, did you? You just wanted to heckle me. You didn't really want an answer, did you?
You're doing that.
You didn't really want an answer, did you?
You're doing that thing.
I hear 2 people talking, and I cannot.
You asked me a question. I answered your question.
I hear 2 people talking, and I cannot hear both of you at the same time.
Hey, Joe. Hey, I was telling you, it's going to be heard in the People's Court. Judge Wapner.
Right.
He's going to be here.
I don't care where it's heard. The People's Court is not an Article 3 court. It needs to be heard in an Article 3 court. If you don't know what an Article 3 court is, go look at the Constitution and you'll find out.
Okay, well, let me do this right here.
Brown be in?
Let me do this right here because Sarge be had me all fucked up. Listen, this is the whole text of the section 1, and it's gonna. The reason I want to do this because it's gonna drive home exactly why Sarge shouldn't be making this argument. It says all persons born or naturalized in the United States of America all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state where they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunity of the citizens of the United States of America, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny any person within the jurisdiction equal privilege and protection of the laws. And what that means is the reason I read the rest of that is because she should not be denied the right to run for president. She should not be denied anything that Sarge is saying that she's not authorized to have. This section 1 goes on and explain why Sarge is a fucking dumbass and don't know how to read and just trying to twist the fucking goddamn Constitution to fit his goddamn way because of political or whatever the fuck they're doing against Kamala Harris because her parents are Indian. But this section qualifies Kamala Harris 100%. All that dumb shit that Sarge is saying is not true. It's not relevant. There is no argument here. I don't know why the fuck. Well, I do know why, because of MAGA. But if it was a case, wouldn't Donald Trump be having that as a campaign message? If that was the case, wouldn't the Republican platform say that you're running a candidate that is unqualified? Why is Sarge the only one in the United States of America that's telling us right here on TRS that Kamala Harris is unqualified? And like Big Will said, it would have been vetted a long time ago when she became VP. So this argument is mute, it's stupid, it's dumb, it's low IQ. It makes no goddamn sense. And Sarge just want to yell and rant about dumb shit like he always do. I'm done now, Sarge.
Hey, Tyrone.
You a lying bastard, motherfucker. You were just reading you claim to be reading the Constitution, and you added 4 words that weren't even in it.
But let Big Will
you can't read.
But let Big Will say.
You added 4 words that weren't even in that section. Where the hell is your reading skill?
Okay, go ahead, Big Will.
Motherfucker for a minute, bro.
Man, you crazy as shit.
Okay.
Hey, you lost, Sarge. You lost. You lost.
I ain't lost shit. I got you zombified niggas that don't want to. You don't want to entertain an argument. You don't know how to entertain one either.
Okay, so
I ain't lost a goddamn thing. I'll tell you what. I'll take you on in and bring your college professors too. Bring your college professors too. I'll kick their asses too. I already have. I've been dealing with this issue since 2008.
Well, that's your
and I've won every debate I've ever had on it.
Okay, go ahead.
How you filibustering?
Go ahead, Big Will.
2008, I've been before MAGA, nigga.
Shut the fuck up and let Big Will
talk. Before MAGA, I've been dealing with this issue.
Okay.
All right, K-Dot.
MAGA ain't got shit to tell me what to think about it.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, King Kong ain't got shit on you, right?
Okay, Big Will, go ahead.
You goddamn Skippy.
Sorry, shut up. Big Will, go ahead.
I'm about to take my ass to bed, man. Fuck this nigga. Hey, look, I was gonna say check the switchboard, man, because you got a sleeper.
Oh, somebody sleeping?
You hear it?
It's probably Cuz. Cuz, wake your ass up.
Yeah, Cuz, that turkey. That turkey got his ass again. But you know what, Tyrone? What's telling is, Judge Lawrence Liddick has appointed Kamala president. Now, if you don't know who that guy is, he's one of the most conservative judges, ex-judges in the country, leading legal scholar. He would have never thrown his hat behind Kamala if she was in doubt. This is Lawrence Liddick here.
What I'm telling you is this is a crazy argument.
Heritage member.
But I'm saying this is a stupid conversation. Why are we even having this conversation? The lady's a damn citizen, period. This dude's an idiot.
But that's the point.
Yeah.
No court is going to take up this argument because it is stupid argument.
Yeah, it's dumb.
They're not going to waste their time with this.
He want to drag people down. Why don't we talk about Donald Trump disrespecting fucking goddamn soldiers at Arlington Cemetery, you motherfucker? What the fuck you got to say about that? Huh, Sarge? Where the fuck you at on that? Let's talk about that. What your motherfucking president did.
And also about the 2 girls that are women now that they brought suits against him.
Sarge, your mic ain't muted. What you got to say about Arlington, motherfucker?
Yeah, General Bowers.
You're lying about that. That's not what happened at Arlington.
Oh,
just made that up again.
Tell us what happened, please.
Yeah, just made that up again.
Tell us what happened.
It's not what happened at Arlington.
What happened?
I mean, it's like everything they say about Trump. They take a kernel of truth and they spread it up into in some sort of
We don't
great big
need all
oak
that.
tree.
Tell us what happened at Arlington.
And that's exactly what they did in this thing. With this thing.
What happened?
Okay, tell us
They
what
said that he ran afoul of some law or some regulation in Arlington, saying that you can't take campaign photos there. That's what they said.
Okay.
And he didn't take campaign pictures there. That would be like saying someone can't go in there and take pictures of themselves next to the relative's grave at Arlington. People do it all the time.
No, let me tell you what happened. In Section 60.
No, that is what it was. I mean, that's what they said.
What the fuck law he broke, nigga? Shut up. In Section 60, you're not supposed to take civilian photographs in there because they have a dedicated photographer at Arlington to take photographs. The Donald Trump team ain't supposed to go in there with a crew, step all over the fucking goddamn graves, and pose for motherfucking goddamn Instagram photos. And that's what the fuck he did. And while he was doing that, he assaulted one of the fucking workers at Arlington Cemetery. She had to do a goddamn police report, and she was too scared to file charges against Donald Trump and his fucking goddamn thugs because she thought that she would be harmed by fucking making a fucking goddamn report. That's what the fuck happened. Now speak to that. You're not supposed to take photos.
Okay, so now let's see. Now you're saying that he assaulted her. So what did he do? He battered her?
Yes.
Or what did he do? Threaten her?
Yes.
That's what he did. And you got evidence of this. I don't believe a fucking thing you just said.
Well,
you're lying again, like you lied about Russia collusion and all that other bullshit.
Okay, so why did she do a police report?
I don't know why. I haven't read the police report. What does the police report say?
I'm telling you, it was reported that the lady at work at Arlington did.
No. What does the police report say? Not what's reported. Because I don't trust anything these people say about Donald. I want to know what the police report says and alleges.
You're running. I'm going off of the news that was reported that she did a police report. Do you understand that?
Okay, well then I don't trust it. Let me read the police report, then I'll tell you what I think about it.
So you're running. You're running. You don't want to address what. Sorry, you don't want to address what Donald Trump did at Arlington. So you're running. So you're a piece of shit.
Yeah, I want to address it when I get some reliable information, not your bullshit. Hell no.
You're a piece of shit.
You think I'm gonna take your word after all the lies you told about Donald Trump? Hell the fuck no.
Oh, geez.
No way.
And we supposed to believe you on fucking
I
citizenship?
caught you in a million of those lies.
And we supposed to believe you on citizenship?
I'm not taking your word for it, sir. I'm not.
Okay, so
and nothing I said about Kamala Harris had anything to do with conspiracy theories. I was saying, as a matter of fact, is it true or not? This is not a conspiracy. Is it true or not that her parents were here on work visas and student visas?
Okay,
is it true or not? That's not a conspiracy.
Let's do it like this right here.
What are the facts?
Let's do it like this right here. Hypothetically, right?
How's that a conspiracy?
Shut up. Hypothetically, if Donald Trump and his campaign went to Arlington and taken photos in Section 60, do you think that he is authorized to do that? Hypothetically.
The ruling is to forbid campaign photographs being taken.
The rule is
I have never heard of anyone who took pictures in Arlington Cemetery being told they couldn't do it with their own personal cameras. I never heard of that before.
The Army came out with a statement today saying that no photographs was authorized in Section 60.
The Army doesn't manage Arlington Cemetery.
The Army does manage
That doesn't manage Arlington Cemetery. That's the GSA does it, General Service Administration.
It's the Army.
They manage Arlington Cemetery. The Army does conduct funeral ceremonies.
The story clearly says, the source said Arlington officials had made clear that only cemetery staff members would be authorized to take photographs or film in the area known as Section 60.
Right. So I'm asking you, if they took photographs in that section, Sarge, would you agree with Trump now?
First of all, I'm going to read I'm going to look at the regulations myself, and I'm going to see what the report is, and then I'll give you the decision, because I don't trust your word at all. I never do. When I read it for myself, I will give you an honest assessment, because of the date, I haven't read it yet. But I don't trust you.
You're running again.
Now, let's say hypothetically, and that's the only thing I'm going to stipulate to, hypothetically that he did, then he would be wrong, okay? But I don't trust you.
Well, sorry. What about the woman, Jean Carroll, I think her name is, and the two girls when they were young, underage, that Trump is accused of molesting them while on Epstein's island?
Okay. Now we're resurrecting. How long ago is this now?
Does it matter when you get Bill Cosby?
It kind of does matter because if I look at what happened to Eugene Carroll, everything stunk about that thing. Everything.
Yeah, and they changed.
And then look what they did with that. They literally put up a law with an expiration date just to get Donald Trump. The law lasted for a year and a half with an expiration date on it just so they could get Donald Trump. And literally the only evidence introduced him at that trial was his word against hers. There was no other evidence. No contemporaneous reports, no nothing. No video evidence, no surveillance video, no nothing.
Well,
no other eyewitnesses, no nothing. It was his word against
That's
hers.
what we know.
Well, I know, and that's why we convict people in the United States, right?
His word wasn't worth a damn.
What about?
So look, when I hear all these things, I say, you know,
he wants
all
to
right,
get the DNA, and she has
again.
the address.
Okay, again, did Ashley Biden lie to her diary about her father taking showers with her and rendering and sexually messing her up from the rest of her adult life? Did she lie to her diary when she wrote that down? That's why he had the FBI raid those people to get the diary back. Remember? The FBI conducted a raid to get the diary back. Was Ashley Biden lying to her diary?
Why won't he do a DNA?
Who?
Trump. He refuses to do a DNA.
What DNA evidence they have connecting him to these sexual allegations?
Well, she still has the dress that he ejaculated on. So why won't, if he didn't do anything, why won't he just go on and submit his DNA as he's been asked to do?
Now, are we sure we're not confusing him for Bill Clinton?
No.
All right, let's say. Now, when did this all occur?
Doesn't matter when you go back on Cosby.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does because yes, it does because there's a reason why they have a statute of limitations. Because the inability to gather evidence and to conduct meaningful interviews with witnesses. There's a reason there's statute of limitations for every crime except murder. Except murder, they have a statute of limitations on every crime.
Well, they went back on Cosby 50 or 60 years.
And they said they had to reverse that too. The appeals court reversed it too because they broke the Constitution.
Yeah,
they can get away with things for a while, but not forever.
Yeah, they changed the statute of limitations to allow prosecution of priests for past acts. That's how Eugene Carroll was able to get her case put through.
Yeah, no, that's not what they did. What they did was they took a law and put a sunset provision in it, which would enable her to get in within a time frame to charge Donald Trump with what he did. And just before the time frame of the law expired, one of the authors of that law got caught up in his own trap. He got charged under that statute.
No, but originally they changed it to go after Catholic priests. She just took advantage of it.
Well, you know, I don't think too many people impressed by that verdict because, like I said, all the evidence was her word against his. That was all of it. There's nothing else.
Yeah. And
when you look at her record of fantasizing about sex with Donald Trump and all the weird things she wrote about rape being a woman's fantasy and so on and so forth, her adherence to being a fan of the Law and Order TV series, and one of the shows had a plot that was almost identical to the charges she lodged against Trump. Her testimony was highly suspect, given the fact that's what it was that got him found liable in that civil trial.
Then his lawyer should argue that, but they didn't.
They couldn't. The judge would not allow them to make certain arguments. I mean, when these cases start, I look into everything I can find on the public record about it. The judge would not allow certain arguments by the defense, and that was one of them.
Well, he should just submit to the DNA, and that would clear it right up.
Well, I don't see any need for him. I don't think he should.
If he was innocent, then if it was me, I would just submit to the DNA just to prove it that I was innocent and be done with it. So there's
I don't think you should.
He's not. Okay, well, we both.
I don't think you should.
Different.
I mean, when I look at the record is replete with made-up charges against Donald Trump, include that thing he got convicted on in a court in New York of 34 counts of bookkeeping errors or bookkeeping irregularities that Alvin Bragg charged him with. I mean, I don't see why he should give any credibility to any of these charges. There's no way they could charge him with these crimes. They're beyond the statute of limitations. He doesn't have to give them any credence whatsoever, no shit.
He's a habitual liar. He's a habitual liar.
Well, look, we know who tells the lies around here. I just saw Kamala Harris and I said she didn't say anything about ever banning fracking, and I got video of her saying it in 2019. There's no question that she wants to ban fracking. That's a quote. But now she says she never said she wanted to ban fracking. That's a lie.
We don't need to frack.
See, that's another argument now, isn't it?
Okay, so let me do this right here, and I don't need no response. The 3rd U.S. Infantry Regiment, known as the Old Guard, is the unit assigned to Arlington National Cemetery. That's the Army. And right here it says Arlington Cemetery was established in May 13, 1864 during the American Civil War. After Arlington Estates, the land which is on the cemetery was built on confiscated by the U.S. Federal government from private ownership of Confederate State Army General Robert E. Lee. The family following tax dispute over property. The cemetery is managed by the United States Department of the Army. So, once again, Sarge don't know what the fuck he's talking about. So it's on the screen. You guys can see it. This guy likes to argue with me for no goddamn reason. Y'all go ahead and talk about your little girl getting raped again and how creepy Donald Trump is.
I don't know, sweetheart. There, lay down.
So just go ahead and say you was wrong, Sarge.
I may have been wrong. I'm going to look for myself, but I may have been wrong about who manages it. But if you think that's super significant, you can be my guest.
Well,
you were wrong about what you were wrong about what Section 1 of the 14th Amendment says too.
If you're wrong,
and you didn't acknowledge that, did you?
If you're wrong and don't know who runs the motherfucker, how the hell can you be correct on anything else, nigga?
So again, you were wrong about Section 1 of the 14th Amendment. You didn't acknowledge that you were.
I am not. Go ahead and talk about Donald Trump.
No, you missed that part where it says, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
Listen, Kamala Harris.
You missed the word and.
We're not going back, Sarge. We're not going back, okay?
And you were looking at it and reading it and missed it.
We are not going back, okay?
Yeah, I know. We're not going back. Yeah, whatever.
Okay. Something wrong with you. You slow.
Your mommy was asleep.
Look, guys, YouTube, y'all can call in. Tyrone getting ready to get the hell up off here. Sarge, it's been a pleasure. Joe, Big OC, Big Will, Antoinette.
Your mama asleep.
All y'all. So I'm getting ready to hang up. The YouTube, you guys can stay on. They about like 12 people on here, so y'all can go ahead and argue with Sarge.
Yeah.
As good as that gonna do.
No, there's nothing to argue, man. There's nothing to argue because it's a done deal, man. You know, it's inevitable. The walls are closing in. There's nothing you can do about it. You can yell till the cows come home. Doesn't matter. It's done.
Yeah, we're not going back. We're not going back.
Going back to what? Nothing ever changed.
That's Kamala Harris' slogan.
Going back to what?
We're not going back to.
Going back to what? Well, you might have the possibility of an illegal alien being president of the United States.
We're not going back to making America great again. That's what we're not going back to.
Yeah,
so I'm just saying, you know, you guys are not even willing to. He's not convicted yet. I got to keep telling you that. Listen, the judge has not accepted the jury's verdict yet.
And Jack
When
Smith.
when the judge does accept it, he will then be a convicted felon. But now he's not.
He is a fucking convicted guy. Well, he ain't convicted.
No, he isn't, sir. Not until the judge enters a finding of guilty. Judge Michaud has not yet done that. Why can't you understand that?
He's an indicted felon. That's what the fuck he is.
No, what if you want to be accurate, you would say a jury rendered a finding of guilty. That is true.
He has 34.
But he is not yet convicted until the judge accepts the finding of the jury. And he hasn't done it yet.
That is not true.
But he's also not innocent.
I don't know why you can't understand his basic truth.
The phone.
I don't know why you can't understand he's a convicted felon. He's done.
Because it's a lie. You are telling a legal falsehood.
Okay.
And the reason the judge did not enter the verdict is because now the judge has to reconsider the findings of the Supreme Court with regard to qualified immunity, because some of the evidence that Bragg introduced against Trump was obtained while he was president. That's why the judge hasn't entered a finding of guilty yet. All of that has to be reconsidered.
No, it don't. Joe, you're right. He's a convicted felon. What the fuck am I saying?
You can say that if you want. You know, you can just keep inaccurate as well, because what you said is not true.
He is a convicted felon, sorry. What the fuck?
A jury entered a verdict of guilty. The judge has not yet accepted it.
He's still convicted.
Both are true. Both are true.
No, he's convicted. He's a fucking felon. What the fuck is wrong? You
just want it to be that way. You just want it to be that way. It ain't so, no matter how much you wish it to be. When the judge accepts the verdict and says, finds him guilty, then I will say Trump is now a convicted felon. I will say that, but not until then.
The jury found him guilty.
Okay, so hold on. Listen, everybody. Here, listen. I want everybody to read the goddamn screen of what a goddamn conviction is. And this police officer should know that. It says, having been declared guilty of a criminal offense by a verdict of a jury or the decision of a judge. Not and the decision of a judge. So he's a convicted felon. You fucking ex-police officer.
You lying motherfucker. I've seen judges set aside jury verdicts. You can go to hell with that shit. I've seen judges set aside. I have seen judges set aside jury verdicts for cause.
The judge had not entered
so
anything.
Don't give me that shit.
Shut the fuck up.
They don't do it often, but occasionally they do.
Motherfucker, you gonna let me talk now, goddammit. The judge had not entered.
Damn, you don't know what you're talking about.
The judge have not entered anything. So as of now, the jury convicted him, which makes him a fucking convicted felony, a convicted felon. Now, if the judge does what you said and set it aside,
I don't want you to
if the judge does what you said and set it aside, that's a whole nother fucking thing. But right now, Donald Trump is a fucking convicted felon. You can be in denial all the fuck you want to. That means you're chasing a fucking goddamn child molester, a fucking goddamn pedophile, a Jeffrey Epstein. Well, we still on YouTube. But all this gross shit that Donald Trump did, and he's a fucking criminal. He's a convicted felon, Sarge, so deal with it. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Hey, buddy, Nelson Mandela was a convicted terrorist. I bet you wouldn't have any problem with him being president of South Africa,
We're
would
not
you?
talking about Mandela now, are we?
I am.
Okay, we're talking about your
all jury verdicts. All jury verdicts are not equal.
Okay, well, he's still a convicted felon. I don't know what the fuck you.
Well, again, until that judge accepts the verdict and enters it, he is not.
Well, you're the only one that don't believe in the rule of law in this country right now. I don't know the fuck.
No,